viewers and friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the 2025 Crew Welfare Week, a special event dedicated to honoring the well-being of seafarers and the efforts of those who support them. We are proud to host this initiative for the 5th consecutive year, and it's inspiring to see how far we've come since our first event back in 2021. This week, we bring together 50 global maritime stakeholders and leading experts to share insights, exchange ideas, and spotlight best practices in crew welfare. First day of the event concludes today with the Crew Welfare Week award ceremony, celebrating not just achievements, but the shared commitment making life better for those at sea. A big thank you well in advance to our speakers, sponsors, and to our dedicated team for making this possible. It's always hard to deliver an event of such magnitude, and we have to acknowledge the efforts of those who stay in the background. At Safety for Sea, we firmly believe that seafarers are the backbone of industry transformation. That's why we continue to advocate for internet access as a basic human right at sea, a cause you can support through the petition on our SeaFit website. We have also launched the 2025 Crew Survey, SeaFit Survey, with support from the North Standard to help set a benchmark for crew welfare across the industry. We encourage everyone to take part, so get involved and make your voice heard. This survey is by far the biggest survey of its kind. Last year, we surpassed the 20,000 plus participation. This year, we aim a little bit higher. So we would like to ask all of you to join us in this effort. As always, our goal remains clear: to raise awareness, promote meaningful improvements in crew welfare, and create a safer and more attractive workplace for all seafarers. So we would like to thank you all for tuning with us and trust you enjoy the sessions, the discussions, the presentations, and appreciate your contribution in getting the message across, as we are all striving for a safer, smarter, and more energy efficient industry. In other words, we are striving towards sustainable shipping. Thank you very much, and trust you enjoy the sessions.
Seafarers form a remarkable global workforce that calls ships their place of work. It is a unique, exciting, and demanding environment, one that must be free from violence and harassment. As Secretary General, steering the IMO ship, I know that leadership is vital to creating a safe, inclusive, and respectful working environment for all. It is about humility, patience, listening, positivity, respect, and professionalism, while also holding people accountable, supporting them whilst demanding their best and having the difficult conversations when necessary. This year's Day of the Seafarers will launch the My Harassment Free Ship campaign, which aims to shine a light on what we can all do to foster a culture of zero tolerance. We will highlight seafarers who have successfully cultivated cultures of respect and accountability on board. We will also amplify the voices of those who have dealt with harassment, learning from their stories and ensuring they are heard. IMO is also doing its part. We have taken a decisive step to amend the standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping for Seafarers Code, mandating training for all seafarers on preventing and addressing violence and harassment. We are developing interactive platforms to connect seafarers with best practices and support networks from around the globe. No one should feel alone in their struggle. I invite you all to join me in supporting the My Harassment Free Ship campaign. Foster a culture of zero tolerance on ships where respect, safety, and inclusivity are the standard, and where every individual working at sea can do so with dignity and security.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, dedicated seafarers, and our valued stakeholders in the maritime industry. It is a true honor to speak today as we commemorate Maritime Crew Welfare Week. Let me therefore thank Safety for Sea for inviting me to keynote this activity. Indeed, today is a dedicated time to reflect, to celebrate, and to reinforce our shared responsibility towards those who keep the maritime world turning and sailing. First and foremost, I would like to salute our incredible seafarers. To you, let me say that your resilience, your dedication, and your sacrifice, they are the backbone of global trade. Whether navigating the stormy seas or managing complex operations on board, your contributions are invaluable. Yet, behind the professionalism and strength lies a need for genuine support, a support that recognizes your mental health, your physical well-being, and your dignity as human being. To our maritime stakeholders, ship owners, operators, regulators, educators and trainers, and industry leaders, your role is crucial. It is through your leadership, your innovative policies, and unwavering commitment that we can create safer, healthier, and more supportive environments on board as well as onshore. At Safety for Sea, safety is the core of everything we do. Crew welfare is intrinsically linked to safety. When seafarers are physically healthy, if they are mentally resilient, and if they are supported, they make better decisions. They remain vigilant, and they continue to contribute to safer operations. Conversely, neglecting their well-being increases risks, mental health struggles, fatigue, and disengagement that can have catastrophic effects. The past years have highlighted the immense challenges faced by our maritime workforce, such as extended periods at sea, limited access to medical and mental health support, social isolation, and of course the growing impacts of global disruptions like the current conflicts in some parts of the world, and of course the recent COVID-19 pandemic. These issues demand our urgent attention and action. This week serves as a reminder that crew welfare is a shared responsibility. It calls upon us all, industry, policymakers, and seafarers themselves, to foster a culture of care, a culture of safety, and a culture of respect. We must prioritize initiatives that promote mental health, that ensure fair working conditions, and they provide access to communications and support systems. In this digital age, we have new opportunities such as telemedicine, mental health apps, virtual engagement platforms, among others, that can bridge gaps and enhance the support network for our seafarers. By leveraging these tools, we can make a tangible difference in their daily lives. Let us use this week, therefore, to reaffirm our commitment to improve crew welfare through policy, through innovation, and through compassionate leadership. When seafarers feel valued, when they feel supported, when safety and operational excellence will follow naturally. In closing, I call on all stakeholders present, the industry leaders, safety advocates, and seafarers to champion crew welfare as a fundamental element of maritime safety and sustainability. Because at the end of the day, a safer, a healthier, and a more supported maritime workforce benefits us all. Thank you for your dedication, for your partnership, and for your continuing commitment to make the sea safer and more humane for everyone who works at sea. I wish all of you a successful Maritime Crew Welfare Week, and I hope that we will have a future where crew well-being is at the heart of our industry. Thank you and good day to all.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Crew Welfare Week, a Safety at Sea initiative. I'm Nicola Good, a former freelance editor and journalist, and I'll be moderating today's discussion with a group of seafarers, where we'll be looking at crew welfare and what the industry is doing. I'm joined by Yanis Maroulis, the General Manager, Fleet Management Limited, Captain Leonid Zelensky, Chief Operating Officer of the Columbia Group, Manish Pradhan, Group Managing Director, Crew Management, Synergy Marine Group, and Basil Sakilis, CEO, Alasia New Ship Management Incorporated. Today's discussion will focus on how ship managers should handle crew welfare and wellness. We'll assess the state of play in the maritime industry and look at the strategies and policies that promote a healthy work-life balance. I'm going to kick off today's discussion by looking at resilience. And I'm going to ask all of you to tell us what resilience means for your organization in the context of a seafarer's daily life and responsibilities at sea, and what your organization's key priorities are when it comes to resilience. And I'm going to start this discussion with you, Yanis. Tell us, what does resilience mean for Fleet?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for this interactive discussion we're going to have today. So before we move on the resilience side, allow me just to say a few words about Fleet. Fleet Management Limited is a ship manager dealing with mainly full technical management across globe and other services as well. Currently, Fleet has 630 vessels under a full technical management, and apparently we do have a new entity, a new Greek entity here that is driven by me, and I'm dealing with Greece apparently. So resilience for Fleet is pretty much important. Resilience is the ability of a seafarer to adapt, recover, and thrive despite the physical isolation or the psychological pressures and unpredictable challenges at sea. At Fleet, we view resilience not just as mental strength, but as a skill to be nurtured through education, support, and connection with both shipmates and families ashore. We're doing that through programs like psychological first aid, which is 24/7 program, wellness at sea workshops, clinical psychologist consultations, and we help our seafarers build resilience as part of their core competencies. At Fleet, our priorities include, but not limited to, mental health support via our in-house clinical psychologist and trained Fleet care team, who is based out of India, China, and Philippines. However, the team there is speaking, it's a multi-language team, so we can cover almost everybody, considering that we are running a team of circa 27,000 seafarers across globe. Wellness training programs such as psychological first aid, wellness at sea, SAFAR, TCAP training, and more is part of our program, and we have already over 9,000 seafarers trained for TCAP training, for instance. Data-driven debriefing of over 1,000 seafarers monthly to track trends and well-being indicators is part of our activities, and also family inclusion through programs like T-Talks, Fleet family support groups, and virtual engagement sessions. These are the top priorities, but as said before, are not limited to us. There are too many things that you can do and elaborate more on welfare.
Adapt, recover, thrive. I like that. It sounds like a very comprehensive program. I'm going to come to you, Captain Zelensky. What's happening at Columbia?
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me for this very interesting conversation. Let me also start from saying a couple of words about Columbia. Columbia Group is a maritime services platform, which includes ship management services, which we provide to our clients. We are currently involved with some 400 ships, including 300 vessels under full technical management, and we have access to more than 20,000 seafarers. Resilience is extremely important topic for us, and resilience was first introduced some years back during our participation in Shell Maritime Partner in Safety. And I remember very well when the resilience was first introduced, even term resilience was very much unknown to the shipping industry. And resilience doesn't even have a direct translation to a number of languages. So starting implementation of resilience, we had to start with a clear explanation what resilience actually means. And resilience is very important. Resilience is a skill which can be developed. And resilience actually means that and describe the ability of person to bounce back when pressure is released. And we all know how much pressure our seafarers are going through during the sea career. So the resilience as such is a very important skill which will help seafarers to sustain this pressure, to perform their duties. And of course, resilience goes first of all with the mental health and psychological safety. And this is where we started our journey in implementing resilience. We adopt several resilience models for our fleet, which we run on monthly basis. And these models are actually helping our seafarers to develop skills which are part of our resilience program. In short, this is what resilience journey is for us, and this is how we handle it.
Thank you. I mean, those insights on the multiple meanings of resilience have resonated with me. And I don't think we can underestimate the importance of psychological safety. Manish, I'm going to come to you. I know we're at Anglo Eastern, you're now at Synergy. What is your organization's view on resilience and what are you doing?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me as part of this very, very important and essential discussion. And good afternoon to all my panelists. First of all, just to introduce myself, I'm a marine engineer and I sailed for 10 years. So I'm a seafarer at heart. And that's why I know the importance of what resilience is. Being part of Synergy now, we are close to 690 ships, of which almost 620 plus are under full technical management. So we are at the moment dealing with close to 30,000 seafarers, which actually is a huge spectrum. And considering that we have people from almost all seafaring countries, it's quite a bit to deal with, but it also gives us an opportunity of understanding seafarers better. For me, resilience refers to the ability to adapt positively. And this is what Yanis says, and I completely agree that adaptability in seafarers is one of the biggest facets to being resilient, because they need to be mentally and emotionally strong while maintaining the performance expectations of clients and managers. Considering that they work in isolation, they have long working hours, work against harsh weather, multicultural crew, emergencies and prolonged periods away from home, this actually sets them up for a very, very difficult work environment. First of all, as what I would like to say is resilience is something very, very deeply personal. And this has to be viewed that way rather than just, tick it off as part of the checklist. Ideally, building resilient seafarers should be a shared responsibility between the seafarers and the people ashore who are managing these dear seafarers. Now, considering what should be the key characteristics of a resilient seafarer, I think first of all, he needs to be mentally agile, emotionally strong, physically endurant, socially cohesive, and committed to do what he's gone on board to do. Now, how we deal with this in Synergy is the first periphery that a seafarer has is a welfare team, which we call My Synergy. My Synergy is a group of shore staff who are not very high level into psychology and psychiatry, but they have basic level understanding and training for that. And they are the first responders to what the seafarers' feedback is. So every seafarer who signs off from the ship is spoken to personally. And this is where we are different, because we want to make a proper conversation rather than having an app feedback, because we all know how we do app feedbacks, right? If we are in a good mood, it's 5-star, bad mood is 1-star. But a physical conversation with the seafarer actually gets him to talk, and he gets into those minor details which might, have been good or bad for him on the ship. If there is something that needs a bigger level of intervention, then the MySynergy team moves this forward to something called WeTeam. WeTeam is a group of professionally trained psychiatrists and psychologists who can speak multilingual, who can communicate multilingually, and they can attend to the needs of seafarers from any country speaking any language. And they go really deep into getting to solve the problem. And then basis their analysis is how we take control of the situation. If it needs their intervention with the leadership team on board, then they go ahead and do that. And in addition to this, before we're putting people on board, we do a very, very high level of psychiatric and psychological assessment, which helps us to understand how they would work as a team on board. So basically, we think integrating of the human factors is something that is very key to having resilient seafarers on board. And of course, managing, somebody spoke about psychological safety at workplace. I think that also is extremely key when we are kind of looking at making resilient seafarers. So basically, to sum it up, I think the long-term strategy should be on mentally mission-ready seafarers and not just looking into their technical competence. Because as the challenges from climate change, digital transformation, geopolitical instability grow, resilience will be a core competency into how safely and well we run our ships in the future.
You've raised some very good points there. 30,000 people, or 30,000 seafarers is a lot of seafarers to take care of. It sounds like an incredibly comprehensive program. Basil, I'm going to come to you. What's happening at All Seas?
Alasia, sorry.
Alasia, sorry.
No worries. So first of all, I'd like to thank Safety for Sea for organizing this and for inviting us, and you, Nicola, for moderating. We are a slightly different beast to everyone else who has spoken so far. We're what one might call a captive management company, i.e. we run all the ships owned by our principals, by one family. And it's the Hadjianu family, who have been in shipping for the past 70 years. And I represent the private side of that business. So there's a listed side and a private side. On the private side, we run at any one time anything between 10 and 20 ships. So we have around 500 seafarers in our pool. So most of the time, obviously, our size is a disadvantage in comparison to everyone else on this panel. But my personal and very strong view is that when it comes to seafarers and their well-being, we are at an advantage. And the reason for that is that we can have truly personal relationships with every single one of our seafarers. And that, I think, is at the heart of what resilience means. So resilience has been defined in a very detailed and eloquent manner by the co-speakers. We do a lot of the same things, pre-embarkation psychometrics. We employ psychologists for 24/7 for when our seafarers are on board. We have pre-embarkation familiarizations, on-board trainings, all of those things that everyone else does. But for us, at the heart of resilience is connection. I don't want to get too philosophical, but we feel that connection is at the heart of every human's resilience, not just our seafarers' resilience. So we try to create a sense of belonging for our seafarers. They are not contract workers for us. They are our colleagues. And so I have a very, very simple trick in dealing with unfortunate and difficult situations on board ships. I ask myself, if one of my colleagues in the office, at head office, was in the same circumstances as one of my seafarers, what would I do? So bearing any obvious physical challenges of them being on board, the response ought to be exactly the same for the seafarer. We should repatriate them, we should join them with their family, we should support them in every possible way we can. And that's what we try to do.
Excellent. So I'm hearing connections, personal relationships, and sometimes small is beautiful. I'm going to come to you, Leonard. How has the conversation around crew welfare changed in recent years? I mean, I think you've been at Columbia for quite some time. And sort of what innovations innovations or trends do you see shaping the future of crew welfare going forward? I think you might be on mute.
Indeed, I was on mute. Sorry for that. Anyway, thank you very much for your question. There are indeed quite a number of changes which we can see in maritime industry related to crew welfare. We touch upon some of them already, and I think we are not unique saying that mental health and mental health support is one of the very, very important changes in the approach which many companies, if not all, have implemented nowadays. This is very important area. Many of us during discussion on resilience mention psychological safety, and this is very important element which we haven't seen before, and it's very good that we are now addressing it as one of the most important human element related topics. Another area which again relatively new is focusing on nutrition and living condition on board. By utilizing professional companies, and this is exactly what we do. We have our contractors who are not only supplying provision to the vessels, but they provide the recommendations for the balanced menus, offering nationality-specific cuisine and training cooks to really improve the living condition on board and actually nutrition balance on board the vessel. Improving the condition on board in general, providing recreation facility and many other areas. These are relatively new topics which were not seen in the industry before. We all been doing a little bit here, a little bit there, but now it's getting more structured and attracts more focus from the number of companies. Of course, I can continue on that, but being mindful of time, I probably stop here. And of course, the crew fatigue is one of the important topics which all of us take into serious consideration and put extra efforts to prevent crew fatigue and exposure to the situation when crew may behave or perform unsafe being fatigued. So there are a number of changes in focus in the industry, and we will be discussing some challenges, I believe, on this front. So I will stop here, and I mention challenges in this respect later. Thank you.
I mean, I do have to agree that there have been lots of pockets of potential, and the maritime industry is starting to bring all these things much closer. I mean, Yanis, from your experience, how's the conversation changed, and what do you see on the horizon?
Sorry for that. The same problem with me, with my microphone, but okay. So the reality is that the focus has shifted for treating welfare as reactive, which means responding to crisis, to proactive and preventive care. Today, welfare includes like mental wellness normalization, technology-enabled outreach like personalized digital communications or podcast or things that pretty much linked with technology. But on top of that, we do have family integration, recognizing the vital role in seafarer well-being. Particularly as an example in fleet, we do have created gender-specific PPE and broader diversity considerations. Future trends point to digital wellness platforms, psychological resilience training, as we discussed before, and cross-functional welfare teams being standard in the industry. Crew welfare has moved from being reactive, as we said, obligation to a strategic imperative now. As seafarers demand more transparency, support, and dignity, and as technology opens new doors, the future of welfare will likely be data-driven, more personalized, and human-centric. Companies that invest in welfare will not only meet their ethical obligations, but also gain a competitive edge in talent retention and, of course, in operational excellence. So we have seen some innovation and trends that shaping the future, like, as I said before, digital mental health support, more connectivity, improved connectivity at sea, wearable technology and health monitoring, customized welfare programs, and of course, hybrid training, career development, and more and more. This is what I have to add at the moment, just to save the time. So.
Okay, so for you, a key consideration is the move from it being reactive to proactive. And what I'm going to do in the interest of time, I mean, Manish, I'm sure you might have some views to add, but I'm also just going to ask you to share some insights on the importance of leadership on board in maintaining a positive culture, and also sort of what this means for the colleagues on land. So if you can sort of talk about the change in the conversation, but if you can also focus on the role of leadership, and then I'm going to come to you, Basil. So over to you, Manish.
Yeah, so where we have to head into is that crew welfare should not be just looked at as a policy. It should be a culture. And that is where I think the leadership on board and even in the offices plays an extremely critical role in making it real. So the onboard leadership is the frontline guardian of this culture that we are trying to make. And then the people ashore have to kind of make sure that it just gets out of checklists and it becomes a reality. As I said earlier, this is a shared responsibility and it's deeply personal when we are getting into. So in terms of the leadership on board, the master and chief engineer are the ones who set the tone, the trust, and the tempo. What we must remember is you could at any given point of time have 3 to 4 generations working together. And that seems to be a problem that we need to address. There are many of us who think that, what happened to me or the way I was brought up was the best way forward. But, we must not forget that we should treat our trainees, our cadets, just like we treat our children. I mean, the way we were treated as children is not how we treat our children as they are today. And that's something that the seniors on board need to understand and need to accept. It's more of staying in denial that, the times have not changed. But this generation is far more intelligent, far more smarter, greater IQ. It's just that they probably, they played football on the Xbox and we played football with our feet. But that's the time we were born in, and it's not their fault. What we must also agree is that it's we who have made our children the way they are. We have been protective. We have been sheltering them. We have not allowed them to be exposed to too much of badgering from society and things like that. So it is we who have set the tone to their life. And now suddenly this protected lad or girl lands up on a ship and is straight away told to get on to painting or chipping a deck or to even clean an accommodation. It's a culture shock. Now, unless somebody sits down and makes conversation as to why we need to do this, the whole thing is lost. So I think that for me is the starting point where there has to be conversation, a connect. We can't just be throwing rules at people. And that will bring about the psychological safety culture that we're looking at.
I have to agree in terms of how, when you have to manage multi-generations that need to understand the evolution and what people's expectations are. Coming to you, Basil, I mean, views on leadership and also views on how the conversation has changed.
Yes, I'm a very optimistic person, and I always like to see the glass as half full. So one of the fantastic silver linings of the COVID era was that finally everyone in the world, not just us involved in shipping, finally appreciate the value that the seafarer brings to global prosperity. Right? And that has shifted the mindset of the decision makers in terms of the investment that needs to be made in safeguarding the wellness of our seafarers on whose work so much depends. So I think a lot has changed in terms of welfare. We've talked about the innovations and the trends. I agree that leadership on board the ship is crucial as it is on land. I always like to parallel the office to the ship because it just makes it so much easier for everyone to understand, right? So we invest a lot in the leadership training of our masters, our chief officers, our chief engineers, but also of our younger and lower ranks. We fly them to Greece in order to meet us and to be, ingrained in our culture. And again, just to stress one more time, the simplicity of it, right? Treating people humanely and in the appropriate manner. We all know what the right thing to do in life is, right? So we invest in everything else, but three of the things that we do that cost money, but we feel make a huge difference is shorter contracts, bigger compliments, and insisting on shore leave. Three simple things that have existed always. We don't need technology. But if you apply them, I'm sure that you can keep your seafarers happier than average.
Excellent. I mean, I'm liking the views on parity in terms of, at being at sea and being on land. I mean, the organizations that you all represent are, they're exemplars. They're organizations that are doing the right things. But how do we as an industry handle crew welfare? Are we doing it effectively? What do you think we need to do to shift both the seafarers mindset as well as the industry mindset? And I'm going to come to you first, Manish.
Yeah, so I would say that progress has certainly been made, but effectiveness remains uneven across the industry. So leading companies have raised the bar, especially post-COVID. There has been a lot of investment into mental health support, better connectivity, human-centric leadership, things that have been spoken about in the past. Yes, the direction of the movement has started. But however, many systemic issues are unresolved, especially the lower cost crewing models. And that is where, the crew dignity for me is starting to be a very important concern. Where we have done well as an industry is, yes, there is greater awareness, there are 24/7 helplines, telemedicine, wellness programs. But I think where the gaps still exist is it's inconsistent. Welfare standards vary as per flag, owner, operator, manager, nationality. Then again, we have a lack of enforcement because MLC doesn't kind of define it very, very specifically, I think. And then, okay, somebody spoke about contract fatigue. I think it's still a very cost-sensitive industry. So people are not looking at reducing contracts because, again, the budgets and the cost plays up. And then one big stakeholder in this entire thing is families. People are still talking seafarers, but who is the person who is supporting these seafarers? And what is it that shakes them up beyond their own control is when something goes wrong with the family. So I think, we have to get deeper into maybe engaging with families. So in Synergy, we have a family engagement program, which is very effective. And each family knows that, God forbid, there is anything that they may need, they can reach out to us directly without having to trouble the person on board. But I think we need to look deeper into how we can get the family involved in, and especially, what to convey and what not to convey, because sometimes some things, just disturb a seafarer who's alone at sea. So that's where I think the gap still exists.
Excellent. So we're moving in the right direction, but it's inconsistently implemented, and the family focus is absolutely vital. Basil.
Just one more thing to add is I think we are still more a reactive approach than, a constructive or a, preemptive approach. So I think we have to be ahead of the curve and train people before rather than after.
I mean, I have to agree with that. And that echoes what Yanis has been saying in terms of the move from reactive to proactive. Basil, I mean, how do you view the industry's ability to get its hands around this issue?
For me, I think, again, it's pretty simple, right? There are investments that you make in life where you see the return pretty quickly, right? There's a decision on whether to install a scrubber on board the ship or not. Okay, maybe depending on the differential in price, you will get your return in 2 years or 3 years, but you'll get it eventually. You know what you're getting yourself into, right? When you start investing in cadetship programs, when you start investing in getting families involved, when you start investing in shorter contracts, in bigger complements, and all of these things, you're not sure you're going to get your money's worth, right? But we just are adamant. We really do. We have the luxury, first of all, to look at things on a very long-term perspective, right? We're a family business. Second generation, the third generation are already growing up. They want to take over the business. So for us, building the culture and the attitude towards our seafarers, that they are part of the family, part of the colleagues at the head office, is a strategic priority. And we really do feel that, even though we can't quantify it on a dollar for dollar basis, long term, we will be much better off if we treat our seafarers the way we would like everyone to treat us.
I mean, I have to agree that this is something where long-term investment is required. Coming to you, Leonard, I mean, how do you view the industry's ability, or the industry's collective abilities on this?
Well, I must fully support what my colleagues said. We are still very much cost-driven in terms of seafarers' welfare, and we are very much reacting on changes rather than being proactive. Yes, there are some positive changes in the industry, like ILO platform, including MLC, which puts certain work frame. Seafarers finally recognized as a key workers. We have now guaranteed shore leave, or at least it is a requirement to provide seafarers with guaranteed shore leave. However, and of course, I don't want to mention mental health support, which we all provide, and it was mentioned so many times, but we are still not quite there. We still have huge room for improvement. And this lack of consistency and very much dependence on the responsibility of individual ship owners and operators, which still have sufficient room for maneuver in terms of providing seafarers with a proper welfare and support, still exists in this industry. And I don't know the answer. I don't think anyone has an answer. It's a journey, but still, I'm not sure whether we need more regulation or we need just more social responsibility of people who are dealing with seafarers, recognizing challenges of seafarers, recognizing importance of seafaring profession. And COVID clearly demonstrates entire world how much this profession is important, how much these people take on their shoulders, and we are all obliged to support them.
Completely agree. I mean, the reliance on the individual rather than people coming together. I mean, Yanis, I'm coming to you. I mean, for your views on what, the state of the industry, but also, I mean, collaboration. We've talked about accountabilities. We haven't really talked about collaboration. Do you think we also collaborate enough as an industry around these issues?
Yeah, the reality is that the maritime industry has made some progress, as we discussed it before and already mentioned, on crew welfare, but efforts, I can admit, that remain fragmented and sometimes inconsistent and often reactive. Still, again, I'll come back to reactive thing. While key players like the IMO or ITF or ICS or, I don't know, NGOs, etc., have done important work, global alignment and accountability remain still weak. So we need to work on that further. The maritime industry is collaborating more than before, certainly, but the pace is uneven and limited by commercial silos. Raising global welfare standards demands systematic change with accountability, with transparency, shared vision for treating seafarers, which is at the highest importance, not just a labor, but as the essential human backbone of the global shipping. So human being is very, very critical in all these things. And certainly, in our view, we need to see what we need to do to raise a global standard or global standards and answer the what. Some things that are coming out of my head is that we need stronger regulatory enforcement, certainly. We need cross-industry accountability. We need an industry-wide benchmarking. We need things. And certainly we have to have mandatory welfare KPIs that tracked and reported to regulatory bodies, apart all the other things that we have already mentioned.
Okay, so staying with collaboration, you say we need potentially stronger regulation, benchmarking, sort of cross-industry initiatives. I mean, Manish, from your perspective, what do we as an industry need to do to raise global standards?
Okay, so one example that comes right out of my head is the Neptune Declaration. In the COVID times, we saw more than 800 companies uniting to improve crew change protocols, right? So that was one good example. And I think Yanis spoke about the ICS, IMO, ILO. Then we have some NGOs like ISWAN, Mission to Seafarers, Stella Marie, charters, like BP, Shell, Cargill. They are also getting into the space of sustainability and ethical supply chain audits. These are all good things. But, again, as I said, there is no unified global standard. There is no definition of what is the bare minimum that needs to be done in terms of crew welfare or, mental wellness. There is no equivalent to an ISM code or an ISO standard when it comes to welfare of seafarers. I mean, whether it be a minimum standard of gym or, other amenities or in your accommodation and stuff like that. So basically, I would again repeat, we are reactive. We're not proactive just yet. And the other bigger problem is that there is no data sharing. There's no transparency. It's only on a forum like this that you are bringing out 5 companies who are talking about what they're doing. But how about, all of us uniting, something like a Neptune Declaration, and talking about what we can do collectively as an industry? I think somebody spoke about shore leave. Yes, there has been an appeal. We spoke of seafarers as essential workers. But be honest and tell me, have we reached where we wanted to? Do you think seafarers are getting shore leaves in all the ports? Do you think they get anything to do with the status of an essential worker? I'm looking at airline pilots. Yes, they're very important people. But even if you go in an immigration queue, there is a separate queue for, airline pilots. They do an important job of transferring people. Seafarers do an important part. They do their bit by doing 90% of the trade. So I think that, we have to get out of these bigger words of essential workers and we have to make this thing happen. And I think that's where the difference lies. So we need to move from a world where some do it well, and we must move to the space where all do it well. I mean, we have to have a minimum basic standard.
Okay, so the need for another Neptune declaration on seafarer welfare is what I'm hearing from you. I mean, there's no question that our industry is evolving. I mean, you can't go to a maritime conference where you don't hear the word future fuels or decarbonization. And this is going to present some massive opportunities as well as challenges. I'm going to come to you, Leonard, because you wanted to talk about challenges. What do you see as the sort of human element changes around shipping's decarbonization journey?
Okay, there are quite some challenges for the entire industry, but and of course, technological innovation, it's collaboration among stakeholders on implementing this new approach and effective decarbonization of the industry. There will be quite a number of new regulation and compliance culture will need to come on different levels, and of course sustainability awareness. These are all initiatives which will be undoubtedly bring us forward in our way towards decarbonization. But there are quite significant challenges on this road. Transition to alternative fuels which simply do not exist at the moment. And we have a lot of very challenging targets in front of us, but we don't have full technological support on this road. Implementation cost is sky high, and how many stakeholders will afford this cost? It's very, very much uncertain. There are regulatory compliance costs, which is another challenge for the industry. And of course, human element will play very significant role in this journey. And this is something which we need to look at on education, on training, on support of our seafarers who will have to transfer for a traditional fuel to alternatives with all safety-related concerns, with all health-related concerns, and we need to support them. We need to support them in terms of providing them with better understanding of the challenges, with better training, with offering them risk mitigation solutions. It's a big challenge. It's a big challenge, and we need to support our seafarers in this journey.
No, I completely agree. I'm going to come to you, Basil. So you described your organization as a captive management company. I mean, shipping's decarbonization journey, it's not going away. I mean, you've got 500 seafarers who work for you. You've talked about how the importance of relationships and connection. What are you doing around decarbonization?
Yes, I think decarbonization presents a major challenge when it comes to the human factor. That is particularly for a company like us. We have been in dry shipping exclusively for 70 years. So we've got, as I said, 15 to 20 ships on the private side and another 50 odd ships on the public side. So in total, maybe around 70 vessels, all in the dry segment. So our seafarers are in no way qualified to handle these alternative fuels. And that is one of the things that I try to stress. I'm an engineer by training, so I feel more comfortable talking about these technologies than talking about humans, right? But wherever I go and every opportunity I get with the Union of Greek Ship Owners, which is very powerful, with Intercargo, with the right ship, wherever I get the opportunity, I always stress, okay, let's assume that we have found the proper alternative fuel for our ships. Are we ready as an industry, as a dry segment, to use these alternative fuels on board our ships? It's an extremely difficult challenge. And imagine the further wrinkle. What if our capes need to run on one alternative fuel and our handies need to run on another? What are we going to do then?
No,
how are we going to run a pool when half the seafarers need to learn how to handle ammonia and the other half need to learn how to handle hydrogen or methanol, right? It's just humongous. We are all talking about the alternative fuels, but we're not talking about the people who will be handling those fuels. If eventually, as Mr. Zelensky said, if eventually we find what those future fuels are, right? Because we haven't found them yet.
No, I think there's definitely, I mean, I think it's a bit of a conundrum. Which fuel is going to be? How do you equip people to have the right skills? And also, what does it mean for the way ships operate? I'm going to come to you, Yanis. What do you feel the industry should do to ensure that the maritime industry has a voice in the energy transition? It's all great for some people to say this is how it's going to be when they're not actually the people who are going to be on the front line.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and to be honest with you, it was the discussion about the alternative fuels is something that I really need to take over and discuss on that, but it's not the right time. However, I'm triggered on that, so I'm going to stick just on the energy transition at the moment. The reality is that to ensure that the maritime workforce has a real voice in the energy transition, the industry must move beyond top-down decision-making and actively engage, empower, and include seafarers. And this is pretty much linked also with the alternative fuels as well. And of course, shore-based personnel at every stage of the process. The industry can achieve that if we want, we can achieve that by including seafarers in the pilot projects and strategy design. We can establish, for instance, crew feedback loops for decarbonization measures, can also recognize and reward green competencies. There are a lot of things that we can do across this thing. And of course, regulatory conducting feedback-based audits. This is something that can also be included. Inviting in participation in policy shaping forums. I mean, energy transition is a big discussion. So to succeed in the energy transition, a maritime industry must see seafarers not as a passive executors, but as a key stakeholders and change agents. By listening to, investing in, and collaborating with the workforce, the industry, the sector can build a smarter, safer, and more sustainable path forward, powered this time by people, not just by technology.
I mean, there's no question that the skills that are going to be involved in the energy transition are absolutely key. I'm going to come to you, Manish. What should the industry's top priorities be in developing a highly skilled workforce for the future? You've got around 30 years ship management experience. Lots has changed, but what do you see as absolutely critical going forward? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So we're speaking of a lot of transformation, right? We're speaking of decarbonization, digitalization, automation, and then, of course, in the backdrop of all the geopolitical and regulatory landscapes. So we have to have smarter, more adaptable, and future-ready workforce, So for me, I think we have to redefine the core competencies of the modern seafarer. I think most of the competence that we still kind of expect from a seafarer is it's time to turn the page. So one is that he has to be a good technical operator for sure, but he also has to be an environmental watch, an environmental steward, if I might say. He has to be a digital user. Now, again, the digitalization, the pace of movement is so fast. I don't think that our training standards have kept a pace with that. He has to be a safety leader, and above all, he has to be a human-centered team player. So I think, STCW has to look into these new realities, considering all the risks, that we are also dealing with, like with the green fuels, with the cyber systems, and, also not forgetting the mental health. So I think we need to, if I can just sum it up, I would say seafarer development has been always reactive and compliance-driven. But the future demands definitely proactive and a strategic talent development model. because now we're getting very, very specific, and the demand, and I think the room for error is also going down very, very fast. So, we need to compete globally, and we need to make sure that this industry is we come out as the safest ones to work for.
I mean, that's quite a checklist, a digital user, an environmental steward, a safety leader, a human-centered team leader. That's quite a lot. I mean, Basil, what do you think the top priority should be? Because your organization is a bit smaller. What are you focusing on in terms of developing a skilled workforce for the future?
For us, the most important thing is investing in a cadetship program, right? The easiest thing to do is to employ a very capable external partner, perhaps one of the gentlemen here or someone else, to find competent crew for our vessels right now. But then again, this is very short-sighted. We need to invest in cadets, in young seafarers, young people who are excited about a life at sea and working on board vessels. They are much more technologically proficient than the previous generation. All those technology and automation advances, they will be very well placed to handle, and given that they will enter our pool and they will start their shipping life at the very beginning of this evolution of alternative fuels, one hopes that they will be able to embrace all these changes and be trained much easier than the existing pool of seafarers. So for us, investing in cadets, in the cadetship program, is the most important thing for the future.
I mean, I have to agree. Getting them young, giving them the opportunity is absolutely critical. I'm going to come to you, Captain Zelensky. I mean, I know you've probably got views on what the top priorities should be, but I'd love it if you could share, what advice would you give somebody who is young, who is looking at the maritime industry as a career option? I mean, what would your key messages be?
Well, it's no secret that seafarers profession getting a bit less popular in well-developed countries for very good reason. But there are still countries where it's very prestigious and interesting profession. And of course, the wages is one of the advantage for seafarers from those countries, and this is what still attract them to go to sea. But there are more to it. It's very interesting profession, and talking to youngsters and on very early sage, we have adopted the SIP program where we visiting schools, visiting people on pre-university age, I would say, and trying to advertise the profession. It's opportunity to travel. It's a highly technology driven industry. It offers career security to a certain extent. And of course, it offers a lot of challenges for those who are open for challenges. So seafarers profession has a lot of advantages, but of course, it comes along with the challenges. Many people who are joining maritime industry nowadays, they're coming from maritime families. So this is another area which we can build upon and make this even more attractive to them by offering support on all levels, providing them with clear career paths, offering education, training, and welfare support as well. And if we will do it systematically, then we will be able to attract maritime talents. And this is something which we are working very hard. This is area where we are very active. And I completely agree what was said about importance of cadetship program. This is our source of future generation. We can all fish around and employ existing experienced seafarers. but this will not bring the result which we all expect. We need to spend more efforts, we need to spend more money, we need to allocate more time in developing these maritime talents, attracting them for maritime industry. And this is area where we don't need competition. We can combine all our efforts because it's the future of maritime industry.
Okay, we are almost at the top of our hour, so I'm going to have to sort of whistle stop through this last question. Manish, I'm going to come to you. I mean, very quickly, what advice would you give young people wanting to come into the industry? And what is on your wish list for industry regulators and other stakeholders to improve seafarer resilience? If you could wave your magic wand, what would you wish for?
Okay, so advice to seafarers is always going to be, please come in. It's not as complex and outdated as you think. I think we are just turning the page into an industry of global transformation. And it's going to be, as Captain Zelensky said, it's going to be very tech-driven, and considering that the new generation has, a lot of interest in that area, this is their chance to shape the future of this industry. So some of the things that we should be able to reach to the world is that you are in charge of 90% of the world's trade. You're going to be working with people from diverse cultures. That's again something that's very rare for people who work within their nationality boundaries. You would be part of a climate and a technological revolution. This is again something that's really looking very different from what we've seen in the industry over the last 30, 35 years. Again, talking of resilience and curiosity, we're looking at a lot of development. I mean, one thing that I think one of the biggest things that I got out of this profession was that I never knew to say no. For me, nothing was impossible. I mean, I think that is the biggest gift that seafaring gave me, was that, I knew how to brave every storm. And even today, it doesn't fluster me very easily, sorry. So my thing would, they will face storms. It would be literal, metaphorical, but then you have to build resilience that, nobody from any other industry can match. Most importantly, I think this is the industry of the future. This is never going to be taken away by AI or, by technology so easily. Yes, we know autonomous ships, but by the time that scales up, it's going to be some time. So here is something that's there for the future. I think one of the reasons what has discouraged people from the better families to come, because the salary gap between shore jobs and sea jobs earlier was much more. The shore salaries have caught up, but I think the sea jobs haven't. That's because, okay, we have seen a pretty long recession of sorts. So I can only hope and pray that that goes away. We can have better remuneration at sea that can attract better talent.
Okay, thank you for that. We were on the top of our hour. Very quickly, Basil, any last thoughts? And Yanis, I know I probably shortchanged you, but Yanis, any last thoughts on Basil, any thoughts on your wish list? And then over to you, Yanis, for the last word.
No, please. I will defer to Yanis, who has spoken a little less. Go ahead.
No worries, Basil. Take it over. I'm going to conclude after you. No worries.
Okay, the only thing I want to say is that life at sea and at the office is not just a job, it's a way of life, and it can be extremely exciting. And I will agree with Manesh that if in the past we had trouble communicating a vision for our industry, now I think it's become clear to everyone. Without shipping, there is no global economy, there is no global prosperity. So one hopes that this way we will be able to keep attracting young people to our industry.
Excellent, thank you. And over to you, Yanis, last words.
Yeah, just a closing remark from my side. What I would like to say is that as we conclude this discussion today, let us remember that the welfare of our seafarers is not just a policy goal, it's a moral obligation. These men and women are the lifeblood of our global shipping trade, often out of sight, but never out of impact. By investing in their well-being, their safety and their dignity, we strengthen not only the maritime industry, but also us as humanity, as a whole.
Excellent. Thank you. It's been a brilliant discussion, gentlemen. I've learned a lot. I've thought about things I haven't thought about in a long time. So many important messages, being, proactive rather than being reactive. Just in terms of the skills we've got to, how we've got to train our seafarers for the future, and obviously the importance of psychological safety. Thank you all for your time, and thank you to Safety for Sea for the opportunity for us to have this conversation on crew welfare. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Welcome to Crew Care Recharted, thinking locally but impacting globally. From the deck to the clinic, how localized care in U.S. ports is reshaping global standards for seafarer health. I'm Pam Kern. I am the Director of Maritime Mental Health Services for Port Medical.
Hi, I'm Dean Crassas. I'm the President and Founder of Port Medical Management. Started this company over 20 years ago to provide solutions for crew medical care, and particularly looking out for seafarer welfare.
Great. We're going to discuss today 5 key topics: lessons learned by managing physical and mental health conditions in U.S. ports, with a little bit of data, the common mental health distress patterns we see, the care strategies we use, and the care outcomes that we have found.
So, as I mentioned, Port Medical Management, I started this company 20 years ago. We're actually celebrating our 20-year anniversary this year. During this time, we've seen over 30,000 cases, and over 1,000 of those have been critical. So we've certainly seen it all. What we do, of course, is provide solutions for these difficult situations, trying to get the crew members off and seen by doctors in a timely manner here in the U.S. ports. And in doing so, we do efficiently manage these cases, and particularly any hospital cases. We have our systems in place, contracts, and our experience to negotiate these bills. And because of that, we can lower the bills by 40 to 80% in most cases, providing the best care for these crewfarers, but not compromising the care. That's the key. So we're looking out for the owner's interest always, saving money, but making sure that we're providing the best care for these crew members in difficult situations. Dealing with these difficult situations is constantly changing. And the most recent issue that we've been faced with here has been political. We have a new administration, and with that have come more stringent regulations for immigration laws. And what this has done, the crew members have fallen under this blanket of new regulations. So the local immigration office, Customs and Border Protection, they're known as CBP, they have been stripped of their ability to approve medical cases for crew members coming off of vessels without visas. What this means then is that typically in the past, a crew member will say he's sick or has an injury, and even though he doesn't have a visa, we're able to send a request to Customs. They typically approve it, and we arrange transportation to take them to our doctors. However, this responsibility has now been given to Washington, so it has to be kicked up to our nation's capital, and it's caused a lot of delays, and they're not approving things. So in addition to that, if they do get off and they are deemed to be unfit for duty but fit for travel, CBP is not allowing them to fly home in the first instance. They're requiring that they go back onto the vessel that they sailed in on. So this causes a lot of issues for medical care and for the continuity of medical care that we're trying to provide. So a pro tip, what we are able to do to help assist in these cases, firstly, we have telemed available with our own medical director to review these cases in advance, gather a history of the crew members' illnesses or injuries. Not a coincidence, it's a very common occurrence. And again, because we're very solution driven, Port Medical has been able to help assist in this way with this very complex political issue we're facing now. Something that we see often with these cases, a crew member will present with an issue saying he maybe has a knee issue. He's having pain, but what happens when they get to the doctor, it turns out he's not really having an issue with his knee or chest pain or whatever it may be. It's really more anxiety driven or a case of a crew member just wanting to speak with somebody. And as we've seen this over the years, particularly since COVID, we've tried to do something about it, which has really led us to hiring Pam Kern, who is the best in the industry to deal with some of these mental issues. And she can tell you more about that now.
Great. Thanks, Dean. Yes, as the director of mental health for Port Medical, I have seen cases where the physical symptoms actually derived from mental health conditions. And we find this in two key areas, which is musculoskeletal and gastrointestinal. So a seafarer will present with severe stomach pain, and then we try to find out what the backstory is, what is going on board, maybe at home, that would cause these two symptoms. We also hear the questions of, I need to see a doctor. You have to find me a doctor right away. But we try to find out the backstory. They go ashore sometimes for an evaluation, then they don't find anything. So we try to identify that beforehand as this pre-screening, not to compromise care, but really to meet seafarers where they're at in terms of their distress level and try to help break that cycle of that negative trajectory of stress and anxiety so we can get them back to their baseline. So we also hear that they can't sleep and they're also anxious. We really try to break this stigma as a former seafarer, try to meet them where they're at and let them know that we truly understand and wants to help in the best way possible. So we try to use a maritime specific approach, or what we call 3-lens approach. As a former seafarer, I also was in the employee assistance program world, and as a mental health clinician, a trauma psychotherapist. We also have CCOM, which is a product, which is a web-based application that we give to seafarers to answer a few questions. So we can kind of take the temperature of what's going on board, but also going on with them and how the environment and at home that they are responding to kind of measure stress and anxiety. Then we go with the care strategies in U.S. ports with Dean.
So really what we're doing now, and particularly with the addition of Pam and everything that she has added for mental health, is really providing a 360-degree level of care for these crew members. You know, when I started this company, I always thought about myself being in a foreign country, not being able to speak the language well, not knowing the system, and the anxiety that can produce, just in addition to trying to get care for whatever medical issue I have. So really, this is something that we're very proud to be able to offer now for the proper care for these crew members as they're trying to navigate U.S. ports. Something that we are able to do as well, being able to cover every U.S. port. We have that continuum of care from port to port. So it allows us to help navigate through customs if there may be any issues from port to port as we are gathering information and being able to provide the histories of these crew members' medical cases. And then being able to expedite these cases, of course, whenever they do get into port, because we do speak U.S. medical system, as we say. It's a language unto itself, and that allows us to properly navigate these crew members through the system and get them the care they need without putting any undue anxiety and stress on them. The goal ultimately to get them the care that they need to be able to get back on board and get back to work efficiently and do the job that they've been hired to do.
Mm-hmm. And to segue from what Dean was explaining of continuity of care and outcomes, we try to elevate well-being as a business strategy, but also as a human one, because it's human to human. We have follow-up care with warm transfer practices to improve the long-term outcomes. So what does this mean? We constantly keep in touch with the seafarer when they're in our care, usually through WhatsApp or through Messenger, not only when they're getting the care, but also when they're home, to see how they are doing, to make that warm transition from our care to the next level, whatever that might look like. And we do meet seafarers where they're at, not only physically, but emotionally, with a 360-degree approach to ensure psychological safety. It can be completely daunting going ashore in a U.S. port in our medical system, especially now with the stricter measures with immigration. So we are very much aware of psychological safety and to put those measures in place to make sure they feel safe and supported. And of course, care with cost containment, and we do not compromise care, meaning that we've got contracted providers that we use ashore to ensure that we get consistent care, but also care that seafarers deserve. We just don't send them to shore to people that we do not know. And lastly, on behalf of Dean and I, we thank you for your time. We at Port Medical are your safe harbor for physical and mental health. We are always looking out for seafarer well-being, and we hope to see you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yofis Florentin, and I'm the founder and CEO of Learning Simon. Learning Simon is the only mental health and well-being content platform which provides, in a confidential environment, more than 600 videos available in 6 different languages and has been developed as per D&D learning standards and is also a member of RightShip's Zero Harm Innovation Partnership Program. Seafarers' mental health and well-being is a topic of profound importance. This subject is crucial to the health of our global economy and, more importantly, to the lives of the individuals who keep it moving. Seafarers are the backbone of the global economy, managing over 90% of the world's trade. Despite their essential role, the challenges they face are immense and often invisible to those on shore. Isolation, extended periods away from family, harsh working conditions, and the unpredictability of the sea, as well as cross-cultural, social, and language barriers, create a unique set of stressors. The Institution of Occupational Safety and Health Research has identified ship-specific factors such as too much work, being unable to take shore leave, and poor food as depressing. Crew-related factors such as bossy captain, discrimination, blame, poor relationships with superiors, fatigue, and boredom are also of great importance. The importance of addressing mental health in this sector cannot be overstated. A healthy and mentally sound crew ensures safer and more efficient operations. It leads to reduced accidents and a more harmonious work environment. More importantly, it respects the basic human rights of these individuals who play such a crucial role in our global supply chains. According to the World Health Organization, mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well and work well, and contribute to the community. It is an integral component of health and well-being that underpins our individual and collective abilities to make decisions, build relationships, and shape the world we live in. Mental health is a basic human right, and it is crucial to personal, community, and socio-economic development. Mental health is more than the absence of mental disorders. For the shipping industry, mental health is strongly related to safety on board, thinking and decision-making, mood and behavior, stress response, and the relationships with others. Major organizations like the IMO and the ILO have recognized the importance of mental health in maritime professions. They advocate for policies and practices that support the mental well-being of seafarers, emphasizing the need for comprehensive approaches that include access to mental health services, better communication facilities to connect with family, and adequate rest periods. The human element is included in the IMO's strategic plan, focusing on the needs and well-being of seafarers. Current and future initiatives include the comprehensive review of the STCW Convention, addressing implementation issues of the STCW Convention, and developing guidelines for fair treatment of seafarers and handling abandonment cases. Likewise, OCIM's and RightShip's inspection regimes focus on the human element, competence, behavior, and crew well-being. Intertanko emphasizes the importance of understanding seafarer needs based on recognition, stimulation, and certainty. People need to be acknowledged and considered valuable. People need to be energized and feel vitality. People need systems that keep them safe and make life predictable. Recent crew surveys have shed light on the stark realities faced by seafarers. Findings indicate high levels of stress, anxiety, and depression, often compounded by the stigma associated with mental health. These surveys serve as a wake-up call, underscoring the need for immediate and concerted action. ITF and Yale University conducted a Seafarers mental health study, which revealed that the significant modifiable risk factors include lack of adequate training, lack of control and influence, uncaring work environment, exposure to violence or threats of violence, and lack of job satisfaction. The latest Seafarers Happiness Index, a quarterly survey, conducted to gauge the sentiment of those working at sea, results are alarming. Seafarer happiness declined from 7.16 in Q3 24 to 6.91 in Q4 24. The mission to Seafarers says it is deeply concerning to see seafarer happiness fall again. This extended downturn across paints a worrying picture. It seems clear that the happiness levels will not recover to acceptable levels unless we can address the systemic challenges that continue to undermine the welfare of our seafarers, such as limited shore leave, unsustainable workloads, insufficient connectivity, and stagnant wages. The World Maritime University has conducted studies and has identified another significant factor affecting crew happiness, well-being, and mental health. It is called technostress and relates to new technologies in shipping. So, what can we do? The first step is awareness and advocacy. We must bring the conversation about seafarers' mental health into the mainstream, encouraging open and destigmatized discussions. The stigma must be broken. Seafarers should feel empowered, not ashamed. As the American Club points out, seafarers should be able to safely disclose potential mental health concerns in the same way they disclose physical health concerns. The primary objective is to get the help they need without fear of losing their jobs. Secondly, we need action from all stakeholders: shipping companies, policymakers, unions, and mental health professionals. This action can take many forms, from implementing policies that allow for better work-life balance, providing mental health training for crew members, to ensuring access to professional mental health support, resources and tools on board and ashore. Lastly, we must continually listen to seafarers themselves. Regular crew surveys are vital. They provide us with data to understand the evolving challenges and gauge the effectiveness of measures implemented. In conclusion, the well-being of seafarers is not just a seafaring or a compliance issue. It is a human issue and a global concern. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Crew Welfare Week. This panel discussion will be centering around crew welfare. Crew welfare is a very important matter in the last few years, especially after COVID and recent geopolitical tensions, which have highlighted the importance of keeping global trade moving and keeping the people who operate the ships that bring food in our tables and clothes on our back safe, so global trade can be safe and people which have the human right to be protected and safe in their jobs remain so. Today, we will be discussing crew welfare with experts from different parts of our industry who have done us the honor of joining us. So let me introduce our expert panelists. We have Yofis Florentin, who is founder and CEO of Learning Seaman.
Hello.
Hi. We have Captain Crassas, who is crew manager at Yofis Shipping.
Hello, thanks for the invitation.
Thank you for joining us. And we have Kostas Katsouliaris, who is P&I Claims Director, Greece at North Standard.
Hi, good afternoon.
We have Stavri Kleanthous, who is Wellbeing Services Manager at Oceanic.
Hi everyone.
And we have Captain John Lloyd, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Nautical Institute. Hello.
Hello, delighted to be here. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us today. Now, I would like to not keep anyone waiting and move on to the first question. I would like to start with Yofis. And I would like to ask you, in your view, what are the most welfare-related concerns that seafarers are raising today?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Well, the first and most important concern, I think, relates to isolation. And by isolation, we mean both physical isolation as well as digital isolation that relates to, the new generations on social media and the fact that we're talking about two different realities here, the physical, the real one, and the digital one. Another major concern is regarding the extended periods away from family. And according to the studies, this is also one of the most important problems. The family that is left back there and the worry and anxiety that goes regarding raising their kids remotely or being away from whatever is happening back home. We should also mention the harsh working conditions that includes both, could be the weather, could be the vibration on board, the geopolitical events happening, especially nowadays. And apart from that, it's also the cross-cultural barriers. Since we may have many nationalities and many generations on board, this creates a huge gap that causes problems in the communication and the overall mental health and well-being that is also related to safety on board. Now, if we look deeper, there are also ship-specific factors as well as crew-related factors. For ship-specific factors, we can refer to too much work, we can refer to poor food, poor internet connectivity, and also the inability to take shore leave. For the crew-related factors, that is, again, mostly related to their mental health on board. We have seen examples of bossy captains, we've seen examples of discrimination, poor relationships with superiors or within the crew in different ranks, and they all relate to fatigue and boredom. The rest I will refer to in the next questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Christos, what is your view on this, on welfare-related challenges?
Hello again. My opinion is that the seafarer doesn't have any more time, personal time at the port, because everything becoming faster and faster. And during a port call that you will stay usually 2 to 3 days, you have many inspections, many operations. Usually you have crew changes and everything. And right at the first or second day, the next voyage arrives, the next employment of the vessel. So you have to start be prepared for the next employment. And it becomes a nightmare for the seafarer because you arrive at the port, but you don't have personal time for yourself. Because the ports becoming faster and faster, they improve their infrastructure, and this does not allow quality time to the seafarer to go out and change some icons on his mind and relax a little bit his mind. In my opinion, this is now the most challenging situation. The internet quality of the internet becoming better every year, and with Starlink and other satellite providers, and the prices are more friendly to the seafarers. They are not. It is not hard to use a fast internet now on board, but the problem is time at port. Thank you.
I see. Yes. Kostas, do you have anything to add?
Well, I would say, I mean, as both the previous speakers said, number one is probably the nature of the job. A group of people are on board a ship that travels around the globe, or sometimes just coastal areas. So it has to deal with not just the perils of the sea or everything the weather can throw at them, also the perils of geopolitics. I mean, I remember something that struck me very, very harshly this time last year was when the mission to Seafarers said a Red Sea transit crew were talking about 72 hours of fear. This is when the Houthis were openly attacking ships and in fact hijacked one car carrier amongst many others, merchant ships. That aside, there are issues of mental health, physical health, the access to healthcare, the access to good healthcare, emerging infectious diseases. You know, COVID is not a distant memory. It's still fresh in our minds, and everybody who lived through that and experienced it, whether on board or on shore, is very clear as to what we all went through. More often than not, above all, our seafarers. There's also the issue of technology, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. We talk about internet and the rights to internet access. That's good, but again, too much internet can be a bad thing. Sometimes seafarers may find out things that happen at home, which A, they're unable to deal with because they're at sea, not at home, and B, may upset them, takes away their mind from the job they're there to do. Again, blue screens, when they should be resting in their cabin, they should be resting, not looking up social media or movies or anything else. There's also potential training gaps. I think Yofis already mentioned different generations on board. People talk about the snowflake generation or Generation Z or Z, depending on how you pronounce it. That's a challenge, but it can be surmounted. That aside, the only other thing I would say would be fatigue and mental health were issues before COVID. They became worse in COVID, and I just see that they've become a lot worse now.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And Sabrine?
Yeah, so basically, I think we've captured everything, but I'm more concerned on the mental health and loneliness part. We've seen that long contracts, the isolation from family, and the limited communication at certain cases can really impact their emotional well-being. And that is why we've seen that there's a growing need for a structured support for this, not just a reactive, let's say, help, but a proactive engagement. And that's what we tried to do, to run challenges, to provide materials that focus on connection, routine, and positive reinforcement. I would say that another concern might be fatigue, definitely, and poor sleep, because these are all linked to shift patterns and the stress. But we're trying to provide several tools and also nutritional materials from our side to beat this fatigue and poor sleep as much as we can do. And also, I would like to mention that as we've seen in the Q1 findings of the Seafarers Happiness Index, we can see that the overall happiness has slightly declined from 6.9 to 6.8 in 2025, reflecting some ongoing concerns that still remain here, like the isolation, the stress, and the prolonged time away from loved ones. And I feel that seafarers want to feel seen. They want to feel supported and equipped, not just physically, but emotionally. So it's really, really important to have a holistic approach for that. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, the holistic approach has been an industry need for a few years now. And I think that many associations, P&I clubs, and charities have been raising this need. And last but not least, John.
I think there have been so many good points raised. I think from my perspective, the catch-all, if you will, for that is providing an environment of psychological safety where our crews they want to do a good job, and sometimes that means they need some additional training. So they want to know that they've been trained to perform well. And I think they deserve and should expect a secure work environment. And I think there are a number of different dimensions to that. One of which is being paid on time, that they have families and so on dependent on them being able to transfer money home. When they join a ship, they've got an expectation of when they're going to go home again. So let's make sure that they're relieved on time and that the employers have got a reputation for doing that. And then finally, when they're on board, treated with respect. I think this is about understanding people, communicating well. We come from many different cultures, many different countries, different religions, and so on. But respect transcends all of that, and just how we communicate. And if we can create those sorts of characteristics, then we can improve the psychological safety and therefore the performance and well-being of our crews.
Thank you very much for your input. And I would like to touch upon something else relating to crew welfare. The transition to no carbon, zero carbon, low carbon fuels, the many alternative technologies, new technologies on board have been putting additional pressure for training and familiarization for seafarers. And John, I would like to ask you, how do you see these trends, these realities impacting seafarers on their road to net zero?
I think it's a reflection of where we are today, that there's so much change going on in our industry, and it goes back to my previous remarks about psychological safety. What we need to do is to make sure that we've taken the uncertainty and the ambiguity away from our seafarers, that they know the types of ships that they're going to be working on, the fuels that they might be using, that they've been trained to handle them not only at the bunkering stage, but during the operational phases as well. That whether they're routinely handling those as part of their day job, that's one level of training, but everybody on board needs to be able to respond to an emergency. So they need to make sure that everybody is being trained. This isn't, we'll pick a few and make sure they're okay. It's about understanding the hazards that they'll be working with. People fear the unknown more than anything, and enable them to learn about the toxicity, the flammability, and the implications of carrying really cold fuels as something that we can educate our seafarers, our sailors with, and make sure that they're properly prepared. So I think we can solve this. It is a tremendous training burden, I understand that, but it's a responsibility that we have. It's not an option, it's a responsibility that we have. So I think there are great opportunities for making a cleaner environment into the future, and with the right level of commitment, we can do that well and professionally.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Kostas, what sort of innovations and trends do you see shaping crew welfare in the future?
I think number one is technology. I don't think we've yet discovered exactly what technology can give us. And we talk about the dangers. I referred previously to the dangers of internet use and or abuse, and not leaving time to rest, and that dealing with more fatigue and the effect of blue screens on melatonin levels, which again doesn't leave seafarers feeling even more fatigued. But one of the things I keep hearing at a lot of the conferences I've gone to, whether they're at Greece's Merchant Marine Academies, speaking to the next generation of seafarers, whether it's speaking with older seafarers, and in fact, a conference I was recently at under the auspices of the International Maritime Health Association is perhaps bringing back. I mean, Yofis already mentioned the socialization aspect. We don't want crew in their cabins. We want them in their cabins resting. But a lot of people keep talking about bringing back the old smoke room culture, the mess room, the bar. That socialization, getting to know people, bonding with your crew members, forming a team. Teams are often formed at the bar or at the cafe elsewhere, not when you're all working and busy and stressed and probably fatigued. One of the interesting things, which was quite an eye-opener for me at the International Symposium on Maritime Health, was a lot of companies are even thinking about bringing literally the bar back, but having what they call soft alcohol, so beer and wine available. Now, I know it's not technically feasible for dry ships in the tanker industry and LNGs, but again, I think we must bring that socialization back to have both form a team, but again, talk about your issues, your problems, get to know each other better, and you'll work better as a team.
That will be a very pleasant shift towards actual socialization instead of a digital one, where all of us, not only seafarers, all of us are getting more and more used to interacting through screens, unfortunately. And I would like to ask Stavri. Stavri, do you have anything to add on these trends?
Yeah, I agree on that. Definitely, technology is a huge trend we see, and of course, will shape the future of crew welfare. The integration of digital platforms that what we currently do at Oceanic, we have a system called Neris, and what we're trying to do is to provide an onboard assistant that is designed to help the crew manage everything from menus to daily reporting or procurement. And we want basically to support them do take healthier food decisions and enhance their overall well-being on board. And I will also add a bit on the learning aspect, because it's very important, and we can see that digital learning platforms are also a huge topic, let's say. We do have some platforms that we provide engaging quizzes, modules that the seafarers can do to upskill through engaging, of course. And here we're not just talking about training, we're talking about building their confidence and creating a sense of personal progress, which I believe is essential for their morale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, do you have something to add?
I think we've covered the key points between those responses already made in my previous comments, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Yofis, anything to add?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to add something on the previous question regarding technologies. According to a latest study from the World Maritime University, we've seen that all the new emerging technologies, whether related to decarbonization, to alternative fuels, or even the autonomous vessels, the findings of the survey was that all these new technologies, or simply changes, create a new type of stress for the seafarers that WMU has actually called techno-stress. So for sure, there should be something from the company's side of how to handle and tackle this new type of stress. Now, regarding the innovations and the trends, of course, as Stavri said, the digital wellness platforms provide a huge improvement for life on board. On top of that, we've seen the efforts on the AI and even the wearable technologies of weather monitoring, fatigue, and stress, or even supporting the seafarers in other ways. The most important thing is to think of the well-being in a holistic way, not necessarily limiting to physical wellness or just nutrition or just the well-being is a 360 approach. It doesn't depend on just one thing, and they should all be handled at the same time. There is also the mental health awareness campaigns that we see on board, and this is of course very, very positive. Apart from that, we also have the resilience training that has also been included in STCW compulsory, whether this is good or bad, because in sometimes, if I'm allowed to say, the STCW is seen in crew's eyes as something boring, as a to-do that they don't really care about. However, the thing is that from what we've seen from our experience in our platform, which we have included, of course, the resilience and what we call the for work section that includes leadership, resilience, and human performance. We don't actually assign the videos, the courses to specific ranks. Usually, the shipping companies assign the resilience and leadership courses to officers. In our platform, we have it free, available to all different ranks. And from what we have seen, we've analyzed the statistics, and we've seen that actually these type of content is mostly visited and watched by non-seafarers rather than the seafarers, even though in the shipping company's eyes, leadership should be just for the officers. So this is just a food for thought of how we would restructure the whole training scheme relating to leadership or even well-being and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christos, your view on this? Do you have something to contribute?
Okay, yes. So what I'm seeing about the innovation trends on the welfare, as the technology evolves, it helps us in the training of seafarers. So because you can do remote training, and this can save time and costs, seafarer can be on his home instead of traveling to the main hubs for training. From the other side, when you are on board, you are spending sufficient time for training if you have some additional courses to do. But that's not only that. Seafarers, as I mentioned before, are thirsty for personal time. And this is leading to blue screens phenomenon. They are trying to keep more time with connecting with their families, their beloved ones, their friends, and trying to catch up. They are feeling that they are missing many things, trying to catch up. And instead of relaxing on my time in the cabin, I'm trying to gain the time I have lost with my people, beloved one, etc. So even the technology evolves, there are always positives and always negatives on that. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Yofis, you talked about leadership. You brought the subject of leadership on our table. So I would like to ask you on how do you think that leadership is shaping the future of crew welfare, and what role do leaders play in that aspect?
Mm-hmm. Well, leadership is actually leadership on board is actually the cornerstone of welfare culture. When we talk about well-being or mental health, actually we're talking about a structure and strategy. It's not something that can be isolated, and this starts first of all from the office on shore, and then it goes to the captain, that is usually the leader on board, and then it's passed to the crew. One thing for sure is that there are many different leadership styles that are sometimes related to their cultures and their nationalities, sometimes they're not. However, people need to understand that leadership skills is not just for the technical staff on board, it's also for the human capital of the vessels. So, for example, we may see that when captains and officers actually prioritize compassion or psychological safety or even open dialogue, then things run a lot more smoothly. On the other hand, when we have toxic or indifferent leadership styles and environment, then this exacerbates stress and isolation and fear. From what we've seen, again, from our experience, what we actually do is we have the video library from which, according to what people see, what the crew members see, we can actually get some messages that we pass on to the shipping companies anonymously. And we had one example, one of our clients. Out of the 600 videos that we have in the library, it was very interesting to see that in a fleet of more than 40 vessels, most crew members actually visited the topics that related to sexual assault. So when we went back to the shipping company to communicate this message, of course anonymously, that, you know what, this is what we have found. Are you aware of this? The answer was, you know what, we've done so many surveys, we've done so many questionnaires, and this was never brought up in the past, that we have some incidents on board. Of course, the first reaction is, are you sure you're talking about our company? Because we only employ male, we don't have any female crew members. So yes, the perception is that sexual assault is only from male to female, but of course that's not always the case. So to sum up, yes, leadership is very important, and it has to start from shore and then go through the officers and the captain and then pass to the crew. So yes, upskilling leadership skills, it should be a major priority.
Thank you very much. And Christos, as a captain yourself, how do you see leaders shaping crew welfare?
What I'm seeing during my days on board and now during my visits, on board the vessels, we have a captain with open door policy, and he's approachable by the crew. The crew are feeling more happy and more confident to discuss their problems and not to stay isolated on the cabin, because they are feeling that the top officer, the captain, the representative of the office, is approachable and can hear their concerns, their problems. Doesn't matter if the concerns are big or small, but they are there feeling that someone can hear that and help them to find a solution for their concerns. From the other side, I observed we have 2 cases with strict captain on board, and even the captain willing to assist the crew afraid to talk to the captain because he was very strict, and the attitude on board was like a military. Do by hierarchy, do not observe, do not disturb me on that, do not disturb me on that, do your job or something like that. But if the captain is keeping an open door policy and support to the crew, climate and working conditions are always better on board, and that is helping a lot. Believe me, helping a lot. That's from my side.
Thank you. And I think it's something we all experience in our lives, that when you have a manager in the office or in any workplace setting that understands, that keeps an open door, that is open to input, it makes your day easier. It makes your work life better, and it makes you a better employee, perhaps, especially in an environment such as on board, where being afraid of speaking up can lead to devastating consequences. I think that a leader that fosters psychological safety is of the utmost importance. But
makes you feel appreciated and willing to try for your best every day when you feel that.
Yes. Kostas, would you like to offer your input?
Yes, of course. I mean, I think there's an old saying, going back to basics, but I think more often than not, we should go back to basics. In this case, there's that saying of, the fish rots from the head. Certainly the ex-Seafarers, Captain Christo and Captain John, will remember. Hopefully they never had this, but if they served with a bad captain, they'll remember that's not the type of leader I would want to be. It can ruin a ship, not just the psychological makeup of the ship, but the team and everything else. So everything flows from the master. As the Greeks used to say, the master on board and God in the sky. But you need the master to take control, and all the senior officers actually, because the crew do look up to them, not just because of the hierarchy, but they have, because of the very nature of their jobs, they've built up resilience because they've gone up the ranks, they've gone through the training, they've been trading a long time, they've been to a lot of the ports, they've faced many of the issues that the cadets and the younger members of staff on board may not have faced yet or are facing now, so they can assist there. Certainly one thing that we're talking about generally in the industry is welfare champions on board. And when I mean welfare, I don't mean just the chief medical officer, who's either going to be the second officer or the chief officer, depending on the flag of the ship, but maybe having a welfare officer on board, a mental health champion on board. It could be the master, maybe it should be, but it could be somebody else as well. We all know well, hopefully none of us have, but anybody who's worked under a toxic manager will know it really can ruin not just the workplace environment, but also somebody's soul and aspirations for the future of their career, possibly even their mental health as well. So absolutely strongly agree with everything everybody else has said on the panel. So, it's strongly needed.
Thank you very much. And Sabri?
Yeah, so of course, leadership on board plays a huge role in shaping the welfare on board a vessel. So the captain, of course, in particular, sets the tone, not just operationally, but in terms of how well-being is prioritized and normalized among the crew. And when leaders visibly support wellness initiatives, they take part in challenges, or they simply model healthy habits, then they send a strong message that well-being matters. So from my perspective as the wellbeing services manager and a clinical dietitian, I've seen how powerful this can be. For example, when a captain supports the crew in implementing healthier meal options, the crew is far more likely to embrace those changes. We do share materials, we do share nutritional tips, we do share a lot that are being shared directly with the captain. So they're well informed and able to reinforce those messages on board. So yes, well-being should be supported from the top down. And leadership sets the emotional climate on board. And when that climate has empathy, structure, and a proactive approach to health and well-being, then the entire crew benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to another person with hands-on experience. John, as a leader yourself, how do you see leadership shaping welfare?
Listen, there's a danger of just paraphrasing what other people say, but I think the key thing here is that the style of leadership reflects on the culture of the organization and the vessel. That in itself creates the mood, if I could use that word, the mood that's on board. And if people are in a good, safe mood environment, then they will interact much better. But I think Yofis made a really good point. Leadership is an opportunity for everybody. It doesn't just sit at the captain's desk. Somebody who he might be a third trip AB or a cadet saying, hey, listen, I'm going to organize a table tennis competition or a cribbage competition or something like that. It's people who are getting engaged in the fabric of the society in which they're living in. They're little signs of leadership, which are all important, but they've got to be in the right environment for them to work. And I think key for me in this is that those people, senior and middle in particular, are not seen, they must be seen to be acting in the interest of other people, that they're not driven by self-interest. And that's about engaging with them and interested in the person, not just the job that they're doing, So, when they come on board, finding out a little bit about them, their experience, because that relates to the workplace, but also what else might be engaging their minds and their feelings while they're away. So I think all of those interactions are really important.
And we've seen many mentorship programs where companies or charities or different organizations have been pushing the idea that leaders can be mentors and support younger crew with different teaching and training style. And John, I would like to ask you, what role do you think that mentorship plays in relation to leadership and crew welfare?
Yeah, the Nautical Institute has issued 2 editions of a book called Mentoring at Sea, and we call it the 10-minute challenge. And that is really about helping other people, not necessarily in a completely structured way, but just being there to help somebody with a little task. And maybe as a senior, more experienced person, you could see someone who hasn't done it in the optimum way or has been a little bit uncertain, and just spending a few minutes saying, listen, let's step away from this a minute. Let's go for a little stroll around the deck or looking at something in particular, and sharing your experiences about how you have learned, and making sure that, knowledge and experience not shared is knowledge and experience lost. So we have a responsibility to do that. And that comes back to the style in which it's done. And it, of course, there's a technical component, but it's actually showing yourself to be approachable. And, if I've had a quiet word with someone in the office and, oh, listen, it was really good, but listen, I found this out the other day, they're going to come back to me with a question, and they're going to get better and better at what they do. And it's creating that continuous learning environment that we all want. Well, no, most of us want most of the time. So no, I think that's really important, the mentoring side of it.
Thank you very much. And Kostas, apart from mentoring schemes and initiatives, what other initiatives would you like to see the industry adopt towards crew welfare?
Well, we've already talked about technology. I've talked about bringing the smoke room, mess room, bar culture back on board for socialization, reminding seafarers that they're in their cabin to rest or study, not to just look at social media or doom scroll late at night. They should be aware of the blue screen effect on melatonin levels. Again, I think anybody that's served on board a ship with Filipinos for the last 3 or 4 decades knows about the value of karaoke machines and how great they are. But there's so much more. We shouldn't just stick with karaoke machines. You could do quizzes on board, cooking competitions across the fleet, crossword puzzles. Simple crossword puzzles are great as well. Sudoku. Photograph competitions. I mean, I'm trying to advocate now with the ISILOS platform we support as a club, where we go to all the merchant marine academies in Greece, is a great way to have that. Again, with safeguards. There's a company's reputation at stake, and the safety of the crew on board that ship, possibly being subject to photographs. That aside, I think just involving people more in day-to-day things, whether it's drafting regulations, anything that affects them in their job, in their workplace, can have an effect on their well-being. So when it comes to possibly drafting new regulations or new policies as a company, involving the people it will affect. There's an adage I heard last year at another conference: no commitment without involvement, and it's absolutely true. I think this will probably go forward again onto other things that might be mentioned for decarbonisation. You were asking a lot of their crew, especially the future crew. There's new technology coming on. How are they going to adapt to this? Maybe involve them more. But again, that's another topic for another time.
Thank you very much. And Stavri, what initiatives would you like to see on board?
So we're already doing a lot from our side to promote the seafarers' well-being, the nutritional materials, the challenges, the menus, regular communication with the vessels. But well-being is an ongoing journey, and there's always more we can do. So from my side, I would love to see an even more structured mental health support on board. I'm always talking about reactive or proactive. So we don't just need reactive solution, but proactive tools. And of course, physical activity and exercise are vital parts of the overall well-being. So they should be encouraged. And of course, as Costas mentioned, there's a real value in open communication, in more peer-led engagement. So where seafarers support each other, they share their own wellness stories. And when well-being becomes part of the culture, especially on board, then that's when we see a lasting impact.
Thank you very much. Yofis, do you have something to add?
Yes, we referred earlier to Starlink. From what we see from our collaboration with many shipping companies, we see that even though Starlink has been installed on board, still it's not clear on what access they provide to the crew members. Is it unlimited? Is it free? Or it's just quicker than it used to be? We all know that internet had limitations on board that were actually related to cost. Now that cost is out of the way, because Starlink is a lot cheaper, my question is, why do some shipping companies do not provide unlimited internet access to the crew members? And I'm sure it's not a matter of receiving $10 or $20 per month from the crew members. So there must be something else. So the question is, and again, it relates to the technology that we said before. There are always pros and cons. However, we need to understand that internet connectivity is actually a necessity. Nowadays it's a need. And when you impose additional limitations to the crew members, you make their lives even harder. Now, apart from that, apart from the internet connectivity, we would like to see more initiatives on peer-to-peer support. We know and we've seen that seafarers, there is an unofficial conflict between sea and shore. So seafarers feels that someone who is sitting at his desk with his air conditioning and a nice view will not completely understand what he's going through when he's on board. So the seafarers prefer to receive advice or even ideas from other seafarers on board other vessels, whether it's from the same company or not. So peer-to-peer support is extremely important. In our solution, we've tried a number of different ideas. For example, we've included meditation, guided meditation sessions, and we see that people have started to engage in those sessions. And it's not just from Indians, we see other nationalities as well. We also have therapeutic music that we see that people really like to listen to some relaxing music. This is something that, of course, they can search online, but this discussion is a bit different because whenever you see something online, it doesn't mean that it's certified. So through our platform, we provide certified and approved content for the seafarers, and we see that seafarers actually realize the value and use the content and utilize the platform that we provide.
Thank you very much. John, apart from mentorship initiatives, which we already talked about, would you like to suggest any other initiatives that you'd like to see on board?
I think Yofis touched on a really key point, and that's about the shared understanding between shipboard operations and their shore counterparts. It helps establish the priority of things, but it also helps establish really important messages about welfare and some of those trust issues I opened with. But also the safety messages. You know, sometimes seafarers look at a task and they think, oh, the office will have expected me to do this really quickly and in this particular way, and therefore they put themselves under pressure, which actually, if they understand the deep commitment that all reputable shipping companies have, and most companies around the world, they are committed to making sure their people go home safely. So improving that understanding and that communication would be one area that I think is worthy of further work and further development.
Thank you. And Christos, do you have something to add to this?
Yes, sessions about mental health awareness and other trainings can be provided remote to seafarers. I don't know if it should be weekly or monthly, but we can try to do that about mental health awareness, so to improve. And now I can see that there are some services that provide open line communication with specialists. You can communicate if you are feeling depressed or something like that on board, so you can do that. It's easier to manage that nowadays, I believe. That's from my side.
And also these initiatives provide us with very useful data about the crew, how they feel, trends and common patterns.
Yes, sometimes we're sharing questionnaires, anonymously questionnaires to our fleet, and you can get their response, and you can manage the data and see how is the situation and how they feel, people on board nowadays, about with all this pressure from the workload and even from their family when they have an important situation or affair. Thank you. That's from my side.
Thank you very much. And do you think that, Christos, do you think that the industry is doing enough for seafarers, or do we need to do more?
I think we can do more. It's always room for improvement. That's my side. There is always room for improvement. Instead of demanding every time that a new regulation pops out, demanding more and more from the seafarers and add more training on their heavy workload and daily schedule, there is a way to do more, and we have to find a way to do something more for them. That's my side.
Savri, do you think the industry is doing enough?
Yeah, I believe that the industry has made some important strides in the crew welfare, but there's still significant room for improvement because welfare can be an afterthought. It needs ongoing focused attention. And to truly shift mindsets toward a healthier, more sustainable lifestyle, then the industry needs to move beyond, I would say again, reactive approaches and invest more in a proactive and holistic approach, the one that can integrate physical health, mental wellness, nutrition, and not only. And also education is key. Raising awareness about how small lifestyle changes can really improve well-being and performance, alongside some industry support for healthier food options, fitness opportunities, and mental health resources can create a real cultural change. And of course, as previously mentioned, fostering open communication and involving seafarers in shaping these initiatives ensures that they feel heard and empowered. And this is very, very important in order to have a sustainable solution.
Thank you very much. And John, your view on this?
Can we ever do enough? I think we're working very hard, as Stavri said, to make things better. I think we may have been a little slow in understanding the change in the dynamics. You know, the reality is that time in port is nearly always under a considerable amount of pressure, and the seamen's clubs that the sailors can go to, fantastic. But often time is constrained to be able to do that. Let's be realistic. People often go on to 6 hours on, 6 hours off watches, even if they're on 4 hours on and 8 hours off. That time, by the time they've got through port security and got the minibus and then relaxed a little bit, it's time to go back. So we're disrupting that pattern. So I think we have started to respond more effectively to how can we deliver some of those support services on board ship? How can we make sure that the crews who maybe haven't got good access to internet can communicate with home, and those normally charitable services that are provided by wonderful organizations of all denominations can provide that support, and it's great to see them falling into shape and providing both welfare and pastoral support to the seafarers as well. But there's always more to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kostas, do you think we're doing enough?
It depends on the metric you're looking at. I mean, I've been in shipping now for almost 30 years. Things have got better, But as Captain Christo, I think everybody else has said, there's always room for improvement. If time was stood still and ship technology and geopolitics had never changed, then yes, we're doing far better. But the fact is, the world changes constantly and doesn't stop for anybody, nor does shipping. I think one of the biggest problems that shipping faces is it's a globalized industry. In fact, it's the world's first globalized industry. So what one country, one flag administration may pass as valid for the ships in their fleet, the fact is when that ship goes or the fleet goes to foreign ports, it may not be valid there, both for cultural, religious, or other issues. So what we can do as an industry is great, but we are sadly at the mercy of external factors, not just the weather, as it was in the old days, but also geopolitics, which we mentioned earlier. We have come far, but we have far to go. There is a lot more awareness. I will say that. At the beginning of my career, nobody talked about seafarer fatigue, at least within P&I clubs and many shipping officers. Nobody talked about mental health. I think as a society, we've come far. People are much more willing and open to talk about mental health issues nowadays. Certainly 10, 15 years ago, it wasn't. I don't know whether it took some members of the British royal family to openly talk about that, or other celebrities, to basically break open the doors. Sadly, there is still a taboo and stigma about mental health. I strongly believe in everything that people have said going previously, which was the solution is holistic. The very definition of health by the World Health Organization talks about health being a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So it starts, the definition is holistic. Any problems should be dealt with holistically. One follows the other. That aside, things have got better. I'm certainly encouraged that things have got better. But anybody that's been at sea, I think many people would go to sea in the old days to see the world. Join the merchant navy, see the world. Sadly, because of geopolitical issues, because of the nature of some of the ships, it's not like in the old days they would go to port. Certainly when my father was at sea, they'd stay there for weeks on end and go and do some tourism. Now, if they're in the container industry, they're out within a couple of hours. If they're in the tanker industry, certainly with the larger dry bulk ships, they're in a terminal in the middle of nowhere. So there is no facility near them, especially the LNGs or again, I said the offshore and tanker industry. It's not the same as it used to be. We need also, I think, to give respect back to seafarers internationally, outside the industry, make seafaring a respectful industry. I think everybody, and some people are fed up with me saying this, but anybody who is a master mariner should call themselves captain, should sign off as captain. It's a mark of respect. Again, we talk about key worker status during the middle of the pandemic. This is outside, we can push so far, the IMO can push so far, but I would love for the world at large to ensure that transport workers are key workers, and above all, our seafarers, because the world depends on seafarers. 90% of trade is seaborne. We kept the world economy afloat during the pandemic when the world shut down. It would be lovely to see seafarers go through customs and passport control, much like cabin crew do on commercial airlines. Simple things. But yes, we have come far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Yofis, would you like to share with us your view on how far we've come?
Well, from what we see in the shipping industry is that mental health and well-being is more or less handled as a nice to have, not as a necessity. Now, the very good thing is that the regulating parts in this industry, such as OCIM or RightShip or IMO, they've actually included the human element in all their inspection schemes, which means that in a way, the shipping companies must comply with the new questionnaires and all those schemes, which means that I expect in the next few years to see a very significant twist in the mindset regarding well-being at sea. So I fully agree with Sabri. She mentioned proactiveness about 15 times a day, and I absolutely agree with her. However, when something is not done proactively, then there is always a way through the regulators to make it proactive, actually to impose the restrictions in order to, and create the framework in order to make it compulsory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, regulation, especially in large bodies, is a bit slow compared to how fast everything's moving in our times. So that's an excellent point. And I would like to ask Kostas, if you could whisper something on the regulators' part in order to improve welfare, just one thing, what would it be and why?
Could I have two things? I don't mean to be greedy, but you said specifically regulators. For regulators, yes, involve the people who will be affected by the regulations, whether it's new laws at the IMO level, bring seafarers involved, have them involved in that conversation and the discussions. When we talk about, internal culture inside a company, when you have new procedures in the company's SMS, involve the people it will affect. When you're designing personal protective equipment on board the ship, see that it will fit most seafarers. I'm always glad to see more and more female seafarers at Greece's merchant marine academies have PPE that fits them as well. Having said that, we talked about the fuel transition. One thing nobody had actually thought of until quite recently was when you're dealing with bunkering these new fuels, the very nature of bunkering may go on for hours and hours on end. So certainly with methanol or ammonia, they're going to have to wear complete biochemical suits for hours on end. Will those suits fit? Are they comfortable? If you're a female seafarer, are they designed for you? That's one side. The other wish list would be, again, this is wishful thinking, but I honestly would think welfare on ships would be improved a hell of a lot if commercial ships could take a leaf out of the cruise industry and have a doctor on board. Because if something happens at sea, depending on the flag, it's either the chief officer who may be, at an anchorage dealing with loading and dealing with cargo operations, and suddenly there's a medical incident. Well, he's got, how's he going to split that time? If it's a second officer, again, depending on the vessel's flag, maybe he's doing something with the charts or safety, some other things. Suddenly he's got a medical emergency to deal with. So a doctor on board, if technically, feasibly, commercially possible, would go miles, if not light years, to assisting with the seafarer health on board, both physical, mental, and everything else, rather than have this ship-shore difference and whatever can be handled. Technology is great. Telemedicine has improved in leaps and bounds, but still, if we could have a doctor on board, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christos, what would you like regulators and the industry to change? What's on your wish list?
I fully agree with Kostas, what he's previously said about the equipment, about new regulation. Does really the equipment on board fit with the body of all seafarers? This is something that I wish to be added to the wish list. And also, if you are a female seafarer, does some equipment on board or some emergency equipment designed for you? I think this should be taken into consideration. And the other thing is that more time at ports, more quality time at port for the seafarers. So because you are going alongside, and some terminals, I have some friends working on Cape Size and LNG, and they are going at port even for 18, 20, 16 hours. That's hard. That's very hard. That's my wish list. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John?
Oh, I love to agree with people, but I just want to say one thing. You can't regulate good behavior. So it needs to be about culture and behavior, not regulations. Of course, they form a part of it. But anyway, just moving on to other aspects of it. I think there are two dimensions to this for me, one of which is the macro level, the strategic level, if you like. We need better provision for some of those horrible headline things about crew abandonment and criminalization. And I think our regulators have got a critical role to play in that. And that's not about, that's a very wide picture, and it's a really important one. And I think there is so much more that we could be doing, and frankly, the industry collectively has lacked the will to deal with them properly. And I think there's more to be done. And I think the other bit is, training and awareness makes a difference. So we need to expose people. If you can create that environment where people are talking about good behaviors, about supportive behaviors, about effective communications, it starts a little bit awkward when you've done that learning, but all of a sudden it will enrich and grow the environment. So commitment to that training and awareness is really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Stavri, do you have something to add?
So if I had a wish list, a huge wish list, but of course, first, mental health, I believe, must be given equal importance as physical health. This means ongoing mental health trainings that might be mandatory, or any support programs that are accessible to all crew. I would also like to see a stronger leadership engagement at every level, because there's a need to create a culture where well-being is included and not optional. And also, I would say, as for the practical support, such as fitness facilities or digital well-being tools, they should be standardized to ensure that every seafarer benefits regardless of the vessel. And I believe that together these actions can help shift the maritime industry toward a more people-centered welfare. And we need to listen to the seafarers. They have many things to say, and when we're listening to them and we're allowing them to be involved, then we can achieve great things.
Thank you very much. And now, moving on to the last question of our panel, I would like everyone to leave us with a very brief remark on a positive note, on a note looking towards the future. And I would like to ask, what piece of advice would you give to someone who wishes to join the maritime industry today? And Yofis, what would you wish? What advice would you give to them?
The maritime industry offers a unique and rewarding path, but it also comes with challenges. So my advice would be to develop resilience, cultivate curiosity, and don't hesitate to ask for help when needed.
Thank you very much. Christos?
Yes, what would be my advice to the young candidates is that shipping is a very interesting, a very demanding industry that always evolves and always changing through the geopolitical situations globally. So you can be quickly promoted to higher ranks if you try hard and you are really willing to evolve within this industry. So come to the shipping only if you love this job. If you don't do it with your heart, you will not succeed. This is my question. And I have to add to the previous question that on top, sorry for not saying before, on top of my wish list for 2025 is to stop reading articles that seafarers are not getting paid or abandoned in nowadays. It's very sad to see that. That's from my side. Thank you.
It's very true. And Stavri?
So you maintain the ship so it doesn't break down, let's say. Your body deserves the same. You should eat well, rest well, learn, and exercise. Your health is your lifeline.
Thank you very much. Kostas?
I think Stavri said it perfectly. Yeah, if you're an engineer on board a ship, look at your body and your mind like a ship's engine. You wouldn't not do maintenance on a ship's engine, so why wouldn't you not maintain your body and your mind? But that aside, for anybody willing to enter the industry, I would simply say dream big and go for it, but go with open eyes, an open heart. Look into it. It seems easy. Everything seems easy until you walk up the gangway and the ship sails, and then you're in the open sea. I'm sure both Captain Christo and Captain John will look back to when they were the first trip as a cadet, what they believed that the shipping was like and what it actually was on their first trip. But that aside, ask questions. If you're not sure, there's no such thing as a stupid question, we always say. And I do mean it. I go back to the beginning of my career when a Greek ship owner asked me a question which I felt very foolish because I didn't know the answer and I felt like I should have known the answer. I said, Captain Dimitri, I'm terribly sorry. I don't know the answer. I will research and I'll find out for you. Again, I'm so sorry. I must apologize. And he said to me, my child, I am 85 years old. I am still learning to this day. You cannot know everything in life. And I think that's the main thing. You know, dream big, ask questions, have no fear. But fear can also be a good thing because it will keep you alive.
Have a little fear.
A little fear, yes.
And John?
I think it's an opportunity to be really encouraging about for the next generation of seafarers. They will be working with the finest technology, the most up-to-date technology. They will be going through a generational change of challenges, which they ought to embrace with curiosity and enthusiasm. But also, I think a couple of other points that people have mentioned already. The industry values reliability. They need to understand that you don't get duvet days at sea. People are expected to be highly reliable in the workplace, but they will have positions of responsibility that other people will be putting their safety in and trust in them as individuals, whatever position they are serving in. But that it is, and the point that I would really emphasize is this is an industry that makes a difference. We do keep the wheels of commerce going. We do feed the people. We do transport medicines and welfare all around the globe. And if you want to be part of an industry that makes a difference on a global scale, then the doors are open and very welcome to you.
Thank you very much. It's time to wrap up the panel. I want to thank each and every one of you for your very interesting points. It was a very engaging discussion. And I hope that more panels like this and more discussions like this inspire true change in our industry. And even if not change yet, just engagement, just hearing voices, understanding, exploring the landscape. And I would also like to thank everyone at home for their attention, for joining us and showing interest in these matters. And I hope that a true and better initiative can be, true and better initiatives can be adopted on behalf of the industry and regulators toward a better future. Thank you all very much again, and wish you a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the invitation. Bye-bye.
I'm Abdulgani Serang. I'm the Program Development Manager with the ITF Seafarers Trust on a very important topic of shore leave. Shore leave, which has become rare, brief, and in danger of extinction. Seafarers always look forward to shore leave. In any vocation, we yearn to go home after a long, hard day. The world can wait. The day is gone, done and gone. The day is done and gone. Home is where I can finally breathe and move on. But the uniqueness of seafaring warrants long periods away from home, in isolation, challenging the vagaries of nature, disappearing rest hours, toll on mental health and well-being, etc. But hold on. We are reaching our destination into the warm, inviting embrace of the port. Seafarers look forward to shore leave. Boots on dry land, the sea in my veins, a brief escape from salt and chains. Shore leave has always been there since time immemorial. But the dictionary meaning of the shore leave, the term which was first coined in 1888, refers to the time off that seafarers get while docked in a port, allowing them to rest, relax, and engage in various activities on shore. The MLC underscores that every effort should be made by those responsible in port and on board a ship to facilitate shore leave for seafarers as soon as possible after the ship's arrival in port, and that seafarers shall be granted shore leave to benefit their health and well-being. The Fall Convention mandates crew members shall be allowed ashore by the public authorities while the ship on which they arrive is in port, and in a manner which excludes discrimination such as on grounds of nationality, race, color, sex, religion, political opinion, or social origin, and irrespective of the flag of the ship. Irrespective of the flag of the ship. To cite the famous words of Mr. E. Metropolis, former Secretary General of the IMO, when he said 2 decades back, without shipping, half the world will freeze and the other half will cease to exist. So, if our seafarers are that important, if systems and procedures are in place, and if there are genuine concerns, then should our seafarers have any difficulty whatsoever in getting shore leave? The reality check, shore leave, rare, brief, and in danger of extinction. Land in our sights, yet we remain confined, freedom docked, and shore leave decline. This is the reality. The ITF Seafarer Trust did a survey of seafarers which was analyzed. This survey was regarding shore leave by the ITF Seafarers Trust, which was analyzed by the World Maritime University. And 5,879 valid responses were received, which gave shocking insights. 26% of seafarers got no shore leave during the entire contract, which on an average is 6.5 months. Of those that did take shore leave, 47% spent less than 3 hours ashore, 46.5% spent between 3 to 6 hours. Worst affected were seafarers on tankers and offshore supply ships. You can kindly go on the link or scan this PowerPoint if you want to go on the survey itself, directly on the survey, which is there on the ITF Seafarers website. 1 in 4 seafarers did not get any shore leave during the entire contract period, that is 26%. Nearly 70% of the seafarers report either not going or rarely going ashore between 1 and 3 times during their entire contract. Officers are less likely to get shore leave than ratings. 30.3% of the officers never went ashore. 20.3% of the ratings never went ashore. Nearly half those who responded and those who went ashore stayed for less than 3 hours. 93.5% of the seafarers who went ashore less than 6 hours, spent less than 6 hours. Only 6.5% of the seafarers spent 6 hours or more ashore. And this is in a period of an average of 6.5 months. Can you imagine, can you or me imagine who are ashore to be inside a building, in an office inside a building, and not being able to move out of that building itself for 6.5 months at a stretch? Can you imagine? And not to be allowed to go out to spend some time, seek some sunshine, go to a bar, to a pub, or for any other activity of a choice, even for brief moments. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine that 6.5 months in an office, in a building, all by yourself? This is the true state of affairs for seafarers who are denied shore leave. What are the barriers to taking shore leave? The survey came out with the findings which said lack of time in port, workload on board, transport costs, facilities far away, port state restrictions, lack of facilities in port, company restrictions, financial incentives to stay on board, lack of visa, prefer to stay on board to rest, prefer to stay on board, health and safety concerns, personal security concerns. These are some of the barriers which the shore leave conveyed, the survey, the shore leave conveyed. Seafarers identified that lack of time in port and the workload as the greatest obstacles to shore leave. Transportation costs and the remoteness of facilities constitute the second major set of barriers. Port state restrictions and lack of facilities in port come third. Seafarers serving on tankers, offshore vessels, and cruise ships reported company restrictions as a relevant barrier, statistically significantly more than on other vessels. Here, for the collective conscience, particularly of the crew managers, it needs to be pointed out that many a times low manning levels and also aging ships which have higher maintenance also hinder shore leave. Lack of shore leave has to be seen in combination with the exhausting work life, where 53.3% of the seafarers work 74.9 hours, nearly 75 hours on an average per week. With all the system in place, this is the actual reality. And the irony in the times of COVID was that during COVID, the cargo you brought, we like to receive. The cargo you brought, the seafarers brought, the cargo you brought, we like to receive. Alas, even for medical reasons, we denied you shore leave. This was the irony in the times of COVID. The seafarers who kept the world running, all other modes of transport had stopped. It was only the seafarers with their grit, determination, passion, they kept the world moving. And in those times also, the cargo they brought, they were received with, gladly received. But the same seafarers who brought those cargo, even for medical reasons, they were denied shore leave. Some heartfelt comments directly from the seafarers. If you see this, these are so hard, you really feel very sad about actually what the seafarers are going through. One of the comments, usually matching the work and rest balance is complicated. Other seafarers said constant inspection, which causes fatigue in general during long voyages. and your stress cause in an upcoming port, there will be inspections, and it will be a nightmare overall. Another comment is about transportation costs. It's also too much. Somebody said due to daily terminal duty, it is almost impossible to get shore leave. Some of the seafarers mentioned that shore leave, they had to pay for their own. They had to pay on their own to get shore leave passes. These are the realistic situation. In conclusion, we have to mention that shore leave access has been eroded over the years. It has just eroded over the years. Seafarers are frustrated, adversely affecting health and safety and the work-life balance. Inaction leads to extinction. Shore leave seems to be accommodated rather than addressed for this important human element. This survey collaborates previous and concurrent evidence. Worryingly, the survey reveals that a significant portion of seafarers are locked for extensive periods on board their own ships, with no or exceptional access to shore leave, excluding them from a certain human normality. They are prisoners in their own ships. They cannot just move out of their ship. The culture of placing the ship's interests first prevails. Therefore, seafarers' right to shore leave is at high risk of extinction. The absence of shore leave seriously breaches well-being and human rights and may additionally threaten long-term shipping sustainability. The very fact that the recently concluded special tripartite committee meeting in Geneva in April 2025 this year adopted new text regarding shore leave. It did adopt new text, yes, but while underlining its importance for shore leave and shipping, it does not address the fundamental problems identified in this survey. It has been discussed at the MLC, the amendments, during the amendment, but it still does not address the fundamental problems which has been identified in the survey. This is one of the last photographs. These photographs which we have been putting along with this PowerPoint have been taken by seafarers themselves. This is the last photograph. My last slide on this about this photograph is that see the passion despite the adversities. See the passion and the grit and the determination, still taking it positively. That no shore leave, no problem. This seafarer has his own way to move around. This is in a lighter vein, but the anxiety, the frustration of the seafarer still remains. I would like to end with the quote that shore leave is not a favor, but actually a right. Shore leave is not a favor, but actually a right. Show some empathy to the seafarer's plight. If you really stand for what you believe, if the policymakers, if those who are in shipping, who are involved in shipping, in many aspects of shipping, if you really stand for what you believe, do all in your might to facilitate shore leave. If you really stand for what you believe, do all in your might to facilitate shore leave. Thank you. The shore leave, we have also put the link. If you want to go directly on the survey, the link is available. And thank you. Take care.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, hello. This is Dr. Crisitina Dragomir from Constanța Maritime University and from the European Center for Social Responsibility. I would like to talk with you today about cyber hygiene as a routine on ships, and I will share with you some practical measures that you should take into account. And I would start my presentation with some introduction on software updates and patches, something that you should take into account. For example, on board vessel, you would need to have a weekly update calendar in order to remind you that you need to focus on doing software updates and also installing patches. This will help and enhance the level of your cybersecurity for the softwares that you are using both on board vessel and also the softwares that you use for your personal and daily use. What's next, what you should do next would be to update the logbook. This is again something important that you should focus on. You need to update the logbook with any updates and patches that will increase your cyber security. And not the least, there should be a designated IT officer or a personnel in the crew that has the responsibilities of the designated IT officer. This person will introduce you in cyber hygiene in order to practice regularly any drills or any other actions that are needed in order to prevent cyber threats from compromising the ship systems and the navigation and overall the crew safety. So I will give you here an example. This is the first thing that you should focus on when thinking about cyber hygiene. For example, let's say that a vessel is operating out of Asia and has outdated antivirus software. So this software might miss detecting a worm that later shut down their navigation planning tool, and we don't want that to happen. So what you need to do in order to avoid this kind of situation is just to simply update the software, and you can avoid delays like, I don't know, let's say like 6 hours delay. So we don't want to have that. That's why you need to do this update of the software and to download and install any patches that the software provider will announce you that they are available. What else I want to tell you about? So again, some practical measures is now theory. Here is just some practicalities that you need to know and to do. The password policies need to be updated also. So this is related to password management. And what you need to do is, for example, if you have on your ship the same password for several users, several crews changing. For example, let's say admin 123. This is the most simple password. So you don't need to have this simple password. You need to have more complex passwords in order not to be tracked and discovered by hackers. So for example, if you use for 5 years the same password like admin 123 on the engine room computer, this means it's a compromised password. And if you have a cyber audit on board your vessel, this means that the person that does the audit will signal you that this is a huge compromise of the password management. So what you should do, a practical tip for you, just use a password generator to set unique passwords per device. And what you can do is to print and store the encrypted passwords that this generator would provide you. So you need to keep these passwords somewhere safe, somewhere where not any usual person can access to. Like, let's say you should save it, you should store it in a sealed envelope in the master's safe. This would be something wise to do. So please take into account that the same password should not be kept for a long time. For example, don't keep that password in the engine room computer or in other computers multiple voyages. Change it change it with a password generator. And after you change it, you print it and you keep it safe in a sealed envelope in a safe, in a master safe. Okay, what else? Regular changes, don't forget about them, and also no sharing policy. So this password should not be printed on a piece of paper and placed somewhere where it's visible. No, should be kept quite in a safe place, in a safe environment. What else? USB and device control is something we need to take care of. And for example, a malware infection spread from a USB stick is something that we don't want. For example, when you have a USB stick that you use for loading new EEST charts, and the same USB you also use on a personal laptop when you reach a port, and your personal laptop might be compromised. This means the malware infection will be transmitted from your personal laptop to the same USB that you use it for EEST charts. And what you need to do, you need to have a dedicated USB for EEST and for chart updates only. So don't put anything else on that USB stick. Just use it for EEST and chart updates, and store that USB in a sealed envelope with logs. Please take into account these very simple measures of cybersecurity hygiene, because this will save you a lot of pain and a lot of headaches, because nobody wants to be delayed or be compromised the safe operations from the vessel due to just the misuse of a USB stick for both EEST and both personal actions. Okay, what else? You need to scan this USB. You need to definitely have this mandatory scanning all the time you do use this USB with charts, and also do prepare and keep an access logging for persons using the EEST USB. So you should be aware exactly the person that uses the USB and has the responsibility to take care on this USB. Put the name of that person, that responsible person, in the access logging in order to track who has used that specific USB and where that USB was used, in what computer. Some more tips, some more practical tips on cyber hygiene is now on the topic of network segmentation. And I will give you here an example. If the crew is using the internet, let's say for gaming, and this created high traffic that interfered with remote engine monitoring. So in this case, the segmentation solved the issue. And the practical tip would be that you need to use different virtual networks, VLANs, virtual networks, for operational tech and for crew welfare networks. So isolate critical systems. Don't do gaming on the same system that is critical. For example, for the remote engine monitoring, use your virtual network for your own purposes, like for gaming, let's say. Also, do some monitor network logs in order to track who access the network, and not the least, do install firewalls, because they will protect you on anything that you don't want to be attacked of. And now we move to the crew cyber awareness slide, and I will give you again a practical example here. Let's say that after a 20-minute training video, the crew reported suspicious emails that they previously ignored. So if you have this kind of situation, I would suggest you should include 2-minute cyber hygiene tips during the daily briefings, or let's say during the master drills. you need to have this action, this discussion on cyber hygiene in order to make your crew aware on what should be avoided, what should be kept safe. So this kind of daily briefings has the aim to create the awareness that you want for your crew and for your peers, your colleagues, your teammates. And also would be useful here some visual reminder on changing passwords and on not using the same USB sticks and using specific networks for what is essential on board vessels. So this kind of visual reminders has, again, a very necessary and useful purpose for building a crew cyber awareness. And I know that maybe you are not happy in having more and more drills. Maybe you will find a bureaucratic process. And if I would suggest you to have a cyber drill extra of your usual drills, maybe drills focus when you do these cyber drills, because they actually will work. Actually, these cyber drills will enhance what you do and the cyber hygiene. Let's see now on email and internet use and internet protocols. For example, a crew member clicked a link in a fake, let's say, email entitled HR policy. And when you press when that crew member has accessed that HR policy email, called a key logging software. So in order to take care of this kind of situation, you should show to your crew some real examples of phishing emails. And what you can do is to quiz them with, let's say, maybe fake versus real screenshots during safety meetings. So again, show to your crew examples of how phishing emails would look like. Also, enhance some phishing protection and use the email filtering. Pay attention when you receive some email that you did not request, and try to check who is the sender of that email in order not to access the email that is from hackers. And what else you can do here would be to restrict the browsing if it's necessary, if you feel that is necessary, because accessing dark web internet sites or accessing different sites that looks a bit peculiar might be exactly how it looks, how it seems, so can be a gate for hackers attack. So please mind on this advice. And for the incident reporting system, what we should consider, let's say if a cyber incident went unreported because the crew didn't know who to tell, and it spread and disabled the satellite comms, then what you should take into account, you can post a simple incident reporting checklist on the bridge and in the engine control room notice boards, and mention exactly how you should proceed in the case of when an incident occurs. So you should provide a report form to your crew. You should provide some documenting daily logging, and also prepare a response checklist and train your crew how exactly they should proceed in the case an incident, cybersecurity incident occurs. Prepare your fellows, crew persons, prepare them, provide them this report form, the response checklist, do drills in order to be covered. We don't want incidents happen, however, sometimes they occur, so you should be prepared exactly to know what you need to do. And the IT system inventory, let's say during a port inspection, the auditors found 2 unauthorized Wi-Fi, just like engine spares. So you should make an inventory of all onboard computer device, of internet and port interfaces as external connections, of a navigation system like exits and positioning equipment, and communication tools like radio and satellite systems. So all of them should be on an inventory of IT system. And this inventory should be updated every time a new device is added or a device is removed. So exactly how you do when you make an inventory of person in the crew, even if we don't find an employed person called or having the position of cyber hygiene officer. Actually, this term is used, like to make you aware that you need to take yourself some roles of the cyber hygiene officer. Maybe some colleagues of yours will take the training coordination, others will do the documentation management or the company liaison and safety management system integration. However, each member of the crew needs to have some cyber hygiene responsibilities. And this takes me to my last slide, my conclusion slide. Cyber threats are persistent but preventable. And cyber hygiene, it's a term that we should become more familiar with. Cyber hygiene must be integrated into daily operations like any other safety routine. Actually is not really in the safety management system yet, but soon will be. You will see in more and more companies that they will include cyber hygiene in their safety management system. And combining technical defenses with crew awareness represents a key to resilience. So do take into account that every seafarer is a cyber safety officer. What does this mean? Well, this means that you should focus a lot on awareness and cyber discipline, and take into account that cyber risks are around us, are not just on shore, but will be also when you are on board vessel. And that means that, as a bottom line, a clean digital ship means a safe ship. So what I've discussed today with you about cyber hygiene, about our behavior when we access different IT environments, and when we access USB sticks or we do the gaming, just take into account that you should be vigilant. Don't enter the websites that look fishy. Don't open fishy emails, and do the cyber security drills. Even if you don't enjoy doing all the time drills, you need to have the cyber security drills in order to overcome any potential risks. And in the end, I want to tell you just very brief on my research, the Digital Leader research that was funded by the International Association of Maritime University and the NIPON Foundation. In this work, I have underlined the importance of the leaders on board vessel as digital leaders. This means you don't need to be trained in creating IT programs, let's say. No, you just need to know exactly how to have digital capabilities and digital skills, and also to assess any risks that occur in the digital space, in the digital environment. And that's why my presentation on cyber hygiene had the purpose to just take into account my tips for you and my practical measures that I share. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
friends, welcome. We are delighted to connect with you once again virtually for this year's Crew Welfare Awards, proudly organized by Safety for Sea. Today, we come together to recognize and celebrate the outstanding practices across our industry that prioritize crew welfare and well-being. These awards serve not only to honor excellence, but also to highlight successful initiatives, encouraging maritime stakeholders to learn from each other as we collectively strive to improve the lives of those at sea. This moment in time is pivotal. It offers us a chance to modernize the maritime sector, to attract the talent we need, and to ensure that seafarers receive the recognition they deserve as key contributors to global trade. So now, let's turn our attention to the heart of today's event, exploring the impactful actions and initiatives taken by industry stakeholders to enhance crew welfare and improve life at sea. But before we reveal this year's winners, let us walk you through the awards procedure. Category, we are pleased to shortlist a few candidates who have excelled in demonstrating excellence in any aspect of crew welfare. Crew Welfare Tanker Operator Award goes to Dorian LPG. Congratulations! By Mrs. Ioanna Lally to accept this award.
I'm honored to accept the Crew Welfare Tanker Operator Award on behalf of our team as part of the Crew Welfare Awards 2025. This award means a lot to us because it recognizes crew welfare and our strong belief in equal opportunity for everyone. We believe that talent and dedication know no boundaries, and we're committed to fair recruitment and creating an environment where everyone can grow and succeed. This award reminds us of our responsibility and reflects the hard work of our teams, both on board and ashore, who show respect, inclusivity, and integrity every day. Thank you to our crew for your professionalism and unity, which turn our vessels into communities. We also appreciate the organizers of the Crew Welfare Awards for promoting practices that advance our industry. We accept this award with pride and a promise to continue supporting the people who make our company great. Thank you all.
Let's move on to the second category for today and look at the dry bulk operators who have contributed towards enhanced crew welfare. The 2025 Crew Welfare Dry Bulk Operator Award goes to Oldendorf Carriers. Congratulations! Mr. Armin Zilske to hear a few words about his company's role in enhancing crew welfare.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Armin Zilske and I'm the Director Crewing of Oldendorf Carriers. And for us it is a real honor to be recognized with the 2025 Safety for Sea Award. This award is a testament to our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion and overall well-being of our crew. For us, diversity is not just a word on paper. It has been one of our core strengths for decades. With 60 different nationalities across our fleet and offices, we have grown and developed alongside many cultures, religions, points of view, opinions and ideas. Diversity is part of our DNA and gender equity is simply the natural next step for us. It is who we are, it is how we work, and we are incredibly proud of it. Our global cadet program, Embracing Diversity, is a shining example of our commitment. This program trains and promotes cadets based on merit, increasing diversity in a traditionally male-dominated industry. Our pool of 200 trainees includes 17 nationalities, and this year we will finally achieve equal representation of male and female trainees across all cadet and trainee ranks on board. By doing so, we are fostering a more inclusive industry through structured training and clear career pathways. At Oldendorf, our crew's well-being is a top priority. With a dedicated welfare budget for each vessel, we provide the support, facilities and engagement needed to create a safe, healthy and fulfilling life at sea. Life on board can be demanding, right? So we ensure our crew stays connected and entertained. With Starlink installed across our entire fleet, crew members can communicate with their families throughout their voyages. A PlayStation can also be found on every vessel, and during dry docks, crew from different Oldendorf vessels compete in friendly basketball matches. A healthy crew is essential for safe operations, and to promote physical well-being, all our vessels are equipped with gym facilities, encouraging an active lifestyle. For onboard medical care, we provide a specific app offering a step-by-step medical guidance in case needed. Mental health is of course equally important. Our in-house crewing team receives dedicated training in handling bullying and harassment cases, ensuring a supportive work environment. Crew members on the other side receive resilience training, and a dedicated grievance officer is available on board for confidential concerns. We continuously assess and enhance crew welfare using external self-assessment tools and following the industry's leading best practice guidelines. Acting on its recommendations, for example, we have implemented initiatives such as the whistleblower system, allowing the crew to anonymously report concerns with a strict follow-up protocol on the office side. We believe in the new generation. In the past year alone, for example, we have promoted over 80 seafarers from the cadet program to third officers, third engineers and ETOs, reflecting our commitment to each and everyone's career growth. We actively invest in the next generation of maritime professionals and provide a clear career pathway allowing our crew to rise through the ranks. As a family-run company, we help our seafarers progress in their careers and value the dedication they show. Many of our team members have been with us for over 20 years, and we are really so proud to have them as part of the Ordinov family. We simply love being close with them. It's a huge part of our culture. We believe in the power of the human touch, so we're always around, either on board or by bringing them to the office, just spending as much time with them as possible. To keep it simple, our crew's at the heart of our operations, and their dedication shapes also our success. We actively build a culture that values support and appreciation with equal opportunities, regardless of their nationality, gender, race, or religion, ensuring they feel valued at every stage of their journey with us. So, thank you very much for this great recognition, and we really look forward to continuing our journey towards a more diverse and healthy maritime industry. Thank you very much.
Seafarers face a wide range of daily challenges while working at sea, making crew welfare more important than ever. Fortunately, many dedicated crew managers are leading the way in creating better living and working conditions on board. Let's now take a look at the video showcasing the shortlisted crew managers in this award category. The 2025 Crew Welfare Crew Manager Award goes to OSM Thoman. Congratulations! From the representative from OSM Thome about their company's initiatives.
On behalf of OSM Thome, thank you so much for this meaningful recognition. Receiving the Crew Welfare Award from Safety for Sea is such an honor, a reflection of the strong values of our organization. At OSM Thome, we don't own ships, we own responsibility. And that responsibility begins with our people. We believe that caring for seafarers as whole individuals, not just professionals, leads to lasting impact. Our OSM Thome Cares program was built on this belief. Through healthcare, mental wellness, financial education, and continuous training, we support not just work readiness, but personal growth and well-being. We also extend that care beyond the vessel, supporting families through community events, mentoring, and initiatives like the Seafarers Family Club in the Philippines. With our Seafarers, we want to establish not just work relationships, but also life relationships. To our Seafarers, this award is yours. Your dedication and resilience drive us forward. To your families, to our shore teams, thank you so much for your unwavering support. And to Safety for Sea, thank you so much for championing the human side of our industry. At OSM Tume, we will continue to lead with care because the future of shipping depends on the people who make it all possible. It will always be all about people. Thank you.
Our fourth award category honors service providers who have made a meaningful impact in promoting dignified living and working conditions at sea. Let's now watch the video featuring the shortlisted nominees. Congratulations to Oceanic for winning the 2025 Crew Welfare Service Provider Award. From Mr. Kyriakos Hadjikyriakou and Mrs. Stavri Kleanthous how they embrace a holistic approach to crew welfare.
Hello, my name is Kyriakos Hadjikyriakou, Managing Director at Oceanic. On behalf of our entire team, I would like to thank Safety for Sea for this meaningful recognition. At the core of our mission is the well-being of our seafarers, and receiving this award is both an honor and a responsibility we take at heart. Seafarers are the foundation of our industry. Their well-being is not just our responsibility, but a commitment well embedded in our culture. We understand the unique challenges of life at sea, and that is why our approach to crew welfare goes beyond basic needs. Our efforts are centered on health, resilience, physical well-being, and most importantly, creating a sense of belonging even when our crew members are miles away from home. I would like once again to express our sincere appreciation to the organizers for this recognition and to our seafarers for their continued trust and support. We accept this award with gratitude and as a motivation to keep improving, growing, and serving our seafarers with greater care and respect in the future. Thank you once again.
Hello, I'm Stavri Kleanthous, a clinical dietitian and nutritionist registered by the HCPC in the UK and the Wellbeing Services Manager here at Oceanic. Thank you for this honor. Supporting seafarers' well-being is more than a professional responsibility for me. It's a deeply human one. Every day, we witness the unique physical and mental challenges seafarers face. That's why our well-being strategy focuses on real, practical support from tailored nutrition and fitness tools to meaningful human connection, even when miles at sea. Our role isn't just to respond to needs, it's to anticipate them. Whether it's through designing resources that fit life on board or working closely with our chefs to improve daily health outcomes, our goal is to help crew feel seen, supported, and empowered. This recognition is deeply encouraging, not just for me, but for everyone behind the scenes making crew well-being a reality. It reminds us that care at sea truly matters. Thank you again for recognizing the value of this work. We are committed to doing even more with heart, science, and purpose.
With this award category, we are happy to shortlist a few non-profit organizations which have put seafarers' well-being on top of their agenda. The winner of the 2025 Crew Welfare Non-Profit Organization Award is the International Transport Workers Federation. Congratulations! By Dr. Saida Saif Altaf to accept the award on behalf of the winning organization.
Good day everyone. First of all, I want to thank Safety for Sea team and all of you who voted for the idea for his well-being program. We are very happy and proud to receive Crew Welfare Non-Profit Organization because we really care about our members, we really care about global seafarers. We as a trade union organization representing more than 500,000 seafarers in 100 plus countries are always working very hard to promote and defend seafarer rights and to ensure a decent and safe working condition. We as a trade union organization also want to make sure every seafarer, including young seafarers, are healthy and happy on board and on shore. The number of seafarers, including young seafarers, struggling with mental health problems has increased significantly in current years. In fact, the suicide rate among young seafarers is alarmingly high. We, the ITF Wellbeing Program, is committed to support seafarers in their struggle. We, the Maritime stakeholders, are very reactive to this problem of mental health for many years. Now the ITF is taking a proactive role in promoting seafarers' mental health and overall well-being of all seafarers. We believe if you can increase the knowledge base, skill, and the capacity to manage stress of young seafarers, cadets, trainees, before they go on board ship for the first time, they will be better prepared to take on the demanding and the challenging seafarer career. We, the ITF, don't want to do this on our own. We are developing collaboration, we are developing partnership with government agencies, maritime institutes all over the world, the reputed ones, to introduce a short module on stress management and coping in the maritime curriculum. So far, we are working in all major seafaring supplying countries: Philippines, Indonesia, Turkey, Ukraine, Panama, Sri Lanka, all the major seafaring supplying countries, we are there. We believe, working with these maritime stakeholders, government agencies, we can introduce this module in the maritime curriculum and it will be institutionalized. We want to make sure that all seafarers, young seafarers, before they go on board ship, they are prepared. And the number of mental health problems faced by them, number of suicide on board ships are decreased significantly in the current years. Let us all work together, really, let us all work together to make sure all seafarers are healthy and happy. All the best wishes to all others who receive this award. Thank you very much.
Embracing diversity and inclusivity is not just the right thing to do. It's the foundation of a positive, respectful, and supportive working culture that uplifts seafarers and enhances their well-being at sea. Let's take a look at the organizations that have made significant contributions towards creating a more diverse and inclusive industry. The 2025 Crew Welfare Diversity and Inclusion Award goes to MAAP. Congratulations! Words from Mr. Arnold Javier about how they support diversity and inclusion.
At Magsaysay, we believe that true leadership means not only navigating the seas, but also breaking barriers, creating a maritime industry where diversity and inclusion are not just ideals, but everyday realities. We are honored to receive the 2025 Crew Welfare Diversity and Inclusion Award from the Safety for Sea, a recognition that reflects our unwavering dedication to fostering a workplace that values every individual's unique identity and contribution. Magsaysay exemplifies how adapting to change need not come at the expense of our core values and principles. The dynamic maritime landscape calls for workplaces that embrace all genders, beliefs, and races, places where discrimination, unfair treatment, and harassment have no place. Achieving this vision requires collective commitment, and at Magsaysay, this commitment is embodied in every team member. Our recent Great Place to Work certification underscores this ethos, with an 88% approval rating, affirming that employees are treated fairly regardless of sexual orientation. Magsaysay sets a high standard. Among our 270 shore-based staff, 10% identify as LGBTQIA+, including several senior leaders whose careers are shaped by expertise and merit. On board, women represents 30% of our nearly 48,000 deployed seafarers, excelling in roles from staff to senior manager roles. The rising number of female cadets at MOL Magsaysay Maritime Academy, or MMMA, is a testament to our ongoing effort to cultivate new talent and foster inclusivity from ground up. Through initiatives like the Youth Leadership Challenge, MMMA inspires high school students to pursue maritime careers, leading to a remarkable increase in female enrollment. Recognizing the unique challenges female cadets may face, We provide robust mentorship, leadership development, and safe spaces to ensure they thrive. Today, 49 female cadets are part of the MMMA, with 9 completing their onboard training. Receiving this prestigious award is both a milestone and a motivation. We acknowledge that our journey towards a fully inclusive maritime community is ongoing. With the strength of our people and the support of our partners, we will continue to embed inclusivity in every policy, program, and practice, ensuring that every voice is heard, every perspective valued, and no one is left behind. Thank you for standing with us. Together, let's steer the future of the maritime industry toward a horizon where diversity is celebrated and equality is the norm.
Up next are 2 special Crew Welfare Awards dedicated to individuals who have made a lasting impact on crew welfare throughout their careers. The 2025 Crew Welfare Personality Award honors a key industry stakeholder for her outstanding dedication to crew welfare and well-being. Congratulations to Attorney Iris Bagilat, President of Dole Seafront Crewing, for her remarkable contributions to the advocacy and advancement of seafarers' rights and welfare. As a seasoned legal practitioner, lecturer, and maritime law consultant, Attorney Bagilat has played a pivotal role in modernizing shipping legislation in the Philippines, most recently through her work on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. It's time to hear a few words from Attorney Iris Bagilat.
A pleasant day to everyone. I am Attorney Iris Bagilat, President of Dule Seafront Crewing Manila and Chairperson of the ALMA Maritime Group or Association of Licensed Mining Agencies. It is with deep gratitude and great humility that I accept the Crew Welfare Personality Award from Safety for Sea to be recognized for my contributions to the welfare of seafarers by an esteemed organization known for their holistic scope in the maritime industry is truly an honor. I express my heartfelt thanks to the Safety for Sea editorial team for this distinction. This award is not just a recognition of my personal efforts, but a testament to the collective hard work and commitment of the many people and organizations, both in private and government, who share the same passion for improving the lives of seafarers. Together, we have achieved significant progress in advancing crew welfare, but we know that there is still so much to be done. As a legal practitioner and consultant to various agencies, my journey has been guided by the belief that the rights and well-being of seafarers should always be prioritized. As I have often said, we should protect the goose that lays the golden eggs. The work we did on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers is a milestone, but it's just one step in an ongoing pursuit of ensuring that every seafarer has the support, safety, and recognition they deserve. The fact that this recognition is for contributions to crew welfare fills me with pride, as it highlights the importance of not only the work we do, but the lives we improve through that work. I must also take this opportunity to thank the Dule Group and ALMA, who have supported and guided me. This achievement would not have been possible without them. Finally, I dedicate this award to all seafarers out there. It is because of your resilience, hard work, and sacrifice that we continue to fight for better conditions, rights, and recognition in this industry. Your welfare will always remain at the forefront of our mission. Thank you again for this incredible honor. I look forward to continuing this important work with all of you and to further advancing the cause of crew welfare for the generations to come.
Last but not least, the 2025 Crew Welfare Leadership Award recognizes an individual who has pioneered within the maritime industry, showcasing innovative leadership. Congratulations to Mark O'Neill for his leadership in advocating for crew welfare and implementing comprehensive initiatives to support the mental, physical, and social well-being of seafarers. As president of the Columbia Group and former president of Intermanager, he has led significant initiatives, including Columbia Crew Care, Columbia Fit, and a mental health hotline, all aimed at enhancing seafarers' well-being and resilience. Let's hear a few words from Mr. Mark O'Neill.
First of all, thank you very, very much for this award, for the Crew Welfare Leadership Award, and for all those at Safety for Sea for voting for me to be the proud recipient of the award. I think the difference between a good company and a great company is not technology, is not artificial intelligence, it's not the performance on the profit and loss accounts, but it is that company's people ashore and on board. At the Columbia Group, we put people at the front, in the middle, and at the end of everything we do. And we recognize that as far as the performance of our ships is concerned, the crew is where it begins and where it ends. And it's for this reason that all of our focus, everything we do, is on properly motivated crew, properly fed and watered crew, properly trained crew, properly educated crew, properly compensated crew, crew that are healthy mentally and physically, and crew that have all the support they need for themselves and for their families. And that's why crew welfare is so important and so exciting for us as a company and for me individually. Our people are our most important asset, human intelligence, not artificial intelligence, and that's the way we will continue to do our business going forward. So on behalf of all of our crew, on behalf of all of our people, I am very honoured to accept this award, but for them, not for me. Thank you very, very much, Safety for Sea. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the winners and shortlisted nominees of this year's awards. Let us continue to remind ourselves, crew welfare is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Seafarers who feel valued and supported are the foundation of both operational excellence and safety at sea. As we move toward a more sustainable future, it is essential that this transition remains fair and just for all seafarers, with a continued focus on enhancing working and living conditions on board. A heartfelt thank you to all our viewers and friends for your ongoing support, to our sponsors and to the dedicated Safety for Sea team for their hard work in bringing this virtual celebration to life. Stay tuned at safetyforsea.com and enjoy the rest of the 5th Crew Welfare Week event.